Good morning, everyone. I declare the meeting open. I'll call for apologies. I have an apology for early departure from Tim Scandrett. Do I have any other apologies? Councillor Manji for the... Oh, that's right. No, yes, no. Son's graduating today. It's nice, isn't it? So would someone like to move that those apologies be accepted? Dion Swiggs, seconded Sarah Templeton. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. There's no public participation today being requested. Presentation of petitions. There were no presentation of petitions. Supplementary report. So I'd like to move that we include the supplementary report. Just happens to be my Mayor's monthly report. Do I have a seconder for including that on the agenda? Sarah Templeton. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Staff have asked that we deal with the elected member appointments report to allow for agendas to be published, and I understand that that is because the Canterbury Regional Landfill Joint Committee has its meeting next week. I think it was something that it's very close, so they have to publish the agendas. So at the point that we got to last week on this, we had councillors Cotter, Davidson and Livingston moved and seconded. Who were they moved and seconded by? Andrew and Anne. And so that's been moved and seconded. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. Yeah, some of the new councillors have not had a background briefing on the nature of the organisations, but that's fine. So that's an abstention for Aaron Kewen. Yeah, sorry. And then we had a second recommendation that was carried over from last week as well.
So can you move the, Chris, can you move the screen? They're trying to see the recommendation.
Yeah. So, and the second recommendation, well, I mean, I included it as a separate resolution because it was a separate matter and we did go through these one by one last time. So I'd like to move that we appoint Councillor East as its representative to the Stadium Trust, and seconded by Andrew Turner. So I'll put that motion.
Can I just ask a question? Do we have a paper around that? And also, is this in line with our appointments process?
It was on last week's agenda.
It's not on this agenda.
It was carried over from last week's paper, so it is on last week's agenda. It was. It said, note that the elected member appointments to external bodies report, including the Stadium Trust, was carried over from the previous council meeting. So it's on the agenda of the previous council meeting.
Well, how can we make a decision on something that's on the previous agenda of the last council meeting?
Because we held it over to this meeting and it was an oversight that the recommendation didn't appear on the page.
Right, okay. And the second question, is this consistent with our appointments policy?
Well, not with the appointments policy of the Stadium Trust, because the last appointment was made without any reference to council at all. We appointed the council appointed a staff member dating back to before I was the Mayor of Christchurch, and that staff member was replaced by another staff member when he left. And we are now asking that a councillor goes on to the Stadium Trust.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to kind of understand why council appoints someone to the trust and what, like, the processes around groups being able to get councillors to or council to appoint to trust. We've had no report on, as far as I'm aware, appointing to the Stadium Trust.
That's true, because the previous appointments did not come to council. And I have suggested that this one come to council and that council actually makes the decision.
So in the past, the appointments have been made via a letter from the Trust to the CE and a letter back from the CE to the Trust. I think in this instance, because, and it has always been traditionally been a staff person that's appointed, because the suggestion this time was that a councillor be appointed, I think the Mayor determined that it would be better to consult her councillors about this.
But in terms of an organisation just sending a letter to the Chief Executive saying appoint someone to our trust,
it's in the trust deed. When the trust deed was established, look, this is all before my time. When the trust deed was established, it had a provision in it for 2 appointments from the council. And there has been a view that you can't have a staff member and a councillor, but what we have been advised since is that is not how they interpret the deed. The deed just means that you can't have 2 councillors. So John Purcell will stay on as the council staff member of the representing the Chief Executive on the trust, and we are moving and seconding that that David East take the other position.
So I just think it would be good for us to actually get a report about what the Stadium Trust is. We've had nothing as councillors, and yet we're appointing to an organisation. We don't have any outline of the process or the skills required for the trust, and I think that's a shame, because actually we want to appoint, in a proper process around what the needs are of the trust, and we have no information about that.
Thank you. Tim?
Could I suggest that the trust, we have a meeting with the trust, but that's obviously following this, but I think it would actually be a really good idea for the trust to come, meet with councillors and have a really good discussion and an outline of what they do.
John, would you like to come forward?
The Chief Executive's made a request that the Trust attend a meeting of the new Strategy and Finance Committee to explain their...
There isn't a Strategy and Finance Committee, so is it strategic capability or finance and performance?
Strategic capability.
Thank you. Okay.
Pardon me. To do exactly what Tim has, Councillor Scandrett has suggested, to explain its rationale, its direction, and answer any questions the committee may have. So the Chief Executive's already requested that, so I'm a bit puffed.
Yeah, it might have to be finance and performance. That might actually be the better committee for it to appear in front of.
Yeah, accepted.
Okay.
So looking into the future and what will be happening, I think that would it be better to have one of our informals a meeting with them rather than going to a committee which doesn't take all councillors, because there may be questions. I don't know. I mean, it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I think both. I mean, there is actually, there's probably a lot of public interest in the work of the trust.
Yes.
And so giving them an opportunity to appear at a committee's, probably quite helpful both ways. But I agree, in terms of an informal meeting, that might be a good opportunity to also let all councillors have that direct input.
Yep, thank you.
All right.
So I just wanted to speak at the appropriate point.
Yep. Yanni?
Yeah, I don't support making this appointment today. I actually think for several reasons. 1, we haven't had an open nomination process. 2, we haven't actually had a report on the agenda, and I appreciate you say it's held over from last meeting, but if it was held over, it should be formally have a report on the agenda. The issue was raised around the whole conflict of interest issue with the relationship between V-Base, Council and the Trust, and I know we've had some verbal advice, but I would feel much more comfortable having a proper report over what the Stadium Trust does, what the relationships are, and what the skills are required before we make an appointment. So I won't be supporting that appointment today.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
That's carried. Yanni Johansson, no. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Chief Executive's monthly report, and I'd like to hand over to Mary Richardson to take us through that.
Thank you very much. So I'll take the report as read, but just highlight a couple of matters. First of all, I would like to open the report by noting that Christchurch City Council won the Excellence in Transforming Services Award at the Solgum Awards last night, and that was for the partnership consenting. So congratulations Buster, to you and the rest of your and the council also won another award with one of our officers winning the British Columbian Overseas Management Exchange. So that was to Liam Nolan, so congratulations to him. As far as the report's concerned, you'll notice in that forward the key issues around the recovery plan, and I know that the councillors have got a particular interest in around the Port Halls fire recovery plan, and just assuring you that the plan and any financials will come back to you in time for consideration around the annual plan, and that we will continue to give regular updates to you at the briefings, the Tuesday briefings around that. But a full report with costings will be back in time for the annual plan. Also noting that in the next few weeks there will be few months, sorry, there is the wind down and transition of the skirt program back into council, and we will be keeping you briefed of that as well. The rest of the report and the financials, just noting that capital expenditure is tracking well, particularly with the skirt program spend now largely complete, and also noting that operating expenditure is 3 million higher than budget, and that's due to the savings targets not being met, and we've previously signalled that to you as council. The rest of the financial report will open to questions, and we have our CFO here who can answer those. And then through the rest of the reports from the other areas, perhaps if I just take that as read and open up to any questions that you might have.
Questions, Jimmy Chen.
One question on page 12 regarding to the project Phoenix. That's pretty good, very good. But I just want to know, because this one, the staff focus on the council large capital program. I just want to know what's the criteria regarding to this large, the capital program. Is based on the budget, service hall, or is based on the kind of multi-function, multi-purpose the facility? That's my question.
So perhaps if I hand this to Dave to answer that, the Project Phoenix.
The Project Phoenix is we are picking up best practice our skirt, part of the skirt transition, and integrating that right across our capital program so that we can get better aligned procedures. We can get, I'm not sure whether we've talked to council about ProMap, which is a system we've got running that locks in and documents those processes so that we get uniformity of approach across that, and then we get better reports. So it's going right across our capital program at this point in time.
And my sub-question is whether a moment the council, the key, the major the cycle, the facility, also some of the council, very crucial, the community, the facility, like a library service and the community hall, also put in this list.
Yes, certainly the list.
So the community facilities do have their own asset management program and schedule, and actually that work is being done through Dave's area on really refining that work, and it will be particularly ready for the consideration during the long-term plan. So we're doing comprehensive asset management plans around our community facilities in time for the annual LTP process.
Thank you.
Glenn Livingston.
Thank you, Mary. I have an interest, page 15 on the big agenda, but page 8 in your report under civil defence and the planning for the Alpine Fault. Just, it's with regard to what next. So obviously the councils are working together, but it's that next phase, and we're seeing this with other events around the country, Kaikoura, etc. Probably not convinced that insurance lessons, for instance, have been learnt. So is there any work being undertaken on what might be considered the next phase after that response?
Yeah. So there's work that's happening both at a national and regional level, and then also within council. So the CDM group, and I also know the resilience officer, Chief Resilience Officer, are doing some work on that, and the intent will be to bring a briefing back to Council around the issues and the risks and how there's mitigations on what we're planning, and making sure also that there's sufficient information up on the websites and communicated out to communities, particularly building around some of those community resilience plans.
Okay, can I ask, is that an identifiable next phase, or, you know, the insurance phase, or is that part of the urgent response?
So I'll follow up on exactly what's in there and come back to you.
Actually, Mary, I can answer that. So the AF8 is actually about response planning and the response phase. So there will come a time around the recovery conversation too, and what that recovery plan might look like for the South Island and the Lower North Island, but we haven't even got there yet because we're still trying to understand what it means for the whole of the South Island and Wellington around a response plan. I'm heading up to Wellington in a fortnight's time to hear how Wellington are going to have this conversation. And then once we get this response plan sorted, then there'll be the next phase around actually what does the recovery plan look like.
Yeah,
because it'll be a big piece of work.
I just think we need some sort of insurance template. Perhaps it's pie in the sky thinking, but you know, yeah, we need that.
I think that what Glenn's raising is a justifiable concern about some of the lessons learned out of our experience of the earthquakes, and some of the some of the elements of it that won't crystallise for some time. So the as-is, where-is property sales, for example, and the sort of the lack of any real thinking from a central government point of view around how you would monitor that market in terms of the potential future ownership issues that will arise. So, I mean, people say, oh, why don't you just put it on the limb? How do you know? We only put stuff on the limb when we know it. So where is the requirement for people to notify the transfer of an as-is, where-is property?
Yeah, so I'm more than happy to raise the question around Wellington around what's the recovery plan going to look like, and what leadership role will be taken around managing the insurance issues and all of those obligations or things that happen in that space, so they can get a time frame or an indication. This AF8 planning project is a really specific budgeted government program, so they may be, I'll find out whether or not we've got a second program of work, and also that we're really keen to see that recovery work done around what it means for insurance, what it means for as-is, where-is, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, cool.
And I'll bring it back.
Yep. Dion.
Just on that point, I do know that Sarah was doing a lot of work with the insurance companies to actually map the as-is, where-is sales for people that were cashed out. But just on the report, can we get some information on the general maintenance as well? Because I was just reading through the report last night, and I couldn't find any information just because of the issues that we've been having around general maintenance of the city. Could we get maybe a monthly update on that as well? Just on where things are at from the contractors and things. Thank you.
Yep, Yanni.
Thank you. I see that the road maintenance contracts are going out for tender as well. Are they going via a committee or through us at a governance level? Previously, my understanding is we have had reports around things like the parks contracts tender. So I just wanted to check if that was the case.
That's a good, Dave.
There's going to be a briefing on the maintenance contracts when they're ready to go out, as they are being prepared, a briefing really with the councils just around that. There was a brief update given to the Finance and Performance Committee.
But in terms of, like, previously, one of the questions that we've considered is whether we go out for tender on certain contracts. Is that a question that we're going to be, as part of that report, is going to be able to be determined by us? Or is that already determined?
These have to go out for tender because of the NZTA criteria, so we have to meet their criteria because they fund 50% of that.
I think the question was around the final decision. Does the final decision rest with officers or with council?
No, it'll have to come to council. I think it's going to be so big with the delegations at the council. There's 4 of them. I'm not sure whether all of them fit into them, but yeah, generally they'll
Can you circulate to councillors the provision of the NZTA requirements for us to go out to tender? Yeah, I mean, that was the question that Yanni was asking for.
Procurement rules, is that what you want?
No, I want the NZTA requirements, because you just said that we have to go out to tender because of NZTA requirements.
And that's lapped into their procurement rules, so I'll see if I can extract the necessary parts out of their procurement rules. If that's
Well, is it in their legislation? Because it used to be in their legislation.
It's set by their board if we want to pick up subsidies.
Okay, that's what we want, is just that
yeah,
resolution.
That would be really
great.
useful. And my understanding too is that the tendering now for NZTA has changed, and we actually are part of a WTO agreement where we have to go internationally, and there's a whole bunch of issues possibly around that. You'll note that some of the contracts up north, I think, are looking at overseas countries coming in, so it would be really good just to get a bit of a snapshot around what the current NZTA process is around procurement and what that means for us in terms of decision making. Thanks.
Aaron?
Yeah, just had a question around the first bullet point of the capital projects watch list, the top 10, and it's the Metro Sports Facility. And I see the develop design phase is concluded. Is there potentially any changes to that with regards to parking in the area? Because this isn't due for completion until 2020, that there may be the option for a parking building to be started and completed well before then on that site that can be used to alleviate the issues in the area around, especially the hospital?
I'm not. Can you answer that, Brendan?
Yes, so the development agreement that will shortly be executed for Metro Sports includes the provision of at-grade, so flat 550 car parks with a further 95 car parks, I think it is, on a temporary basis. And all of the information, including the modelling, indicates that that's sufficient provision of car parks to meet the demand for the Metro Sports. The question of whether there's opportunities to use some of the Metro Sports car parking at off-peak times for Metro Sports for other users is something that we'll consider within that approximately 650 car parks. At this point in time, though, there's no plans for a multi-storey car park building on the Metro Sports site for predominant use by the CDHP.
Right, so the purpose for raising it is that the opportunity would be there for use for both, not just the CDHB, but to get the car park bit, because car parks are pretty quick to build, especially at grade, that would be open well before the rest of the facility. Given that there's so many other car parks lost in the area, Oxford Terrace is about to go, same with Churm Street.
I thought that the comment was made yesterday that Otakaro, but they said publicly that they've put some projects on hold.
I wasn't there.
No.
So we can. Is there any further advice we can give today about that, Brenda? My understanding is that the development agreement phases the capital development out, and that would be negotiation if we wanted to move.
Yeah, my question's more around that we are a partner in this facility, and it would be good if we could have a say in its potential.
But we don't own the land, and the facility is being built by Otakaro. There is a separate process going on in terms of consideration of the wider car parking issues in the area, because we don't own any land in that area. But that's a process that involves the private sector, the health precinct, the DHB, the council, Otakaro and DCL. So there is a strong desire to get resolution in that area, but there was a private sector car park building in that area before the earthquakes as well. So there are a number of things that need to be taken into account, but it's easy to go to a solution, but not when we don't own the site. So,
But I'd simply add that Otakaro are working very closely with the CDHB about whether there is any possibility of utilising any of the Metro Sports construction site for car parking on a temporary basis while the construction's going on, but it is complicated and they're not at the stage yet of knowing the construction staging to know whether or not they can kind of reasonably release any of the land that the Metro Sport's going to be built on for a temporary basis, but they are working with the CDHB on that. But the CDHB also have a range of other options across the city, and as you'll be aware, the council's removed itself from the King Edward Barracks flatland out there. You know, the CDHB's talking to them. Red Bus have offered land, the CDHB have other land across the city that we're also aware that we're looking at parking right facilities for.
Yeah, Tim.
Because isn't the key here the relationship between CDHB and Otakaro? It's, you know, we want to be supportive, but it's actually CDHB's responsibility with Otakaro. So I think that yes, we can be supportive, but I think those two are the key players, or the CDHB is the key player here, and we can just be supportive.
Yeah, but this is the Chief Executive's report highlights the capital projects watch list, and we are watching it in terms of the budget and the timing of the payment of that. But we are not constructing the building, and we don't own the land. And I think sometimes people go to a solution. I mean, that is not walking distance at night for nurses without escort. That site, it would have to be a shuttle site. I think they're looking for a car park solution much closer to the hospital itself. Yeah, so I had there was somebody over here as well, Phil and then Yanni. Was it Anne? Was it you? No?
Mine isn't a question, it's more a comment around cycleways, which is on page 4 of the report. It's really starting to, given the challenges that have that we as a council have had, I think these achievements are really quite remarkable, and I want to thank staff for their perseverance. And there's been some of the consultation has led to some pretty robust discussions, but I think the key thing about that is that the council are open to making changes and would continue to be around the planning. But I think it's particularly the staff I want to thank for all the excellent work they've done, and these are really, as I say, I think terrific achievements. Papanui Parallel, Little River, Unicycle, and the first stage of Rapanui, that first section, that they're well on track, as the report says. I think it's excellent.
Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Just in relation to the Metro Sports, so my understanding was that the car parking was going to be subject to a joint business case between the Crown and Council, including parking strategies for the wider area, and that's how the ownership of the land was going to be determined. So what I'm interested in is whether or not that work is going to be complete before we sign off on the development agreement, because in the report when we signed up to the Metro Sports, it was really clear that our assessment as council of the number of car parks provided was insufficient, and I'm interested to also understand, given that we also heard that the assessment has shown apparently that it's now okay and the quantum of car parking hasn't changed, so that's quite different advice to what we had previously.
So do you want to follow?
So I'm very from the communication that's gone out to councillors. So the cost share agreement 2013 provides for the project ownership upon completion to be council's. It's council's expectation that project ownership includes the land underneath the facility and the car park. On the 8th of September, council resolved to delegate to the Chief Executive the authority to negotiate and execute a development agreement with the Crown covering, amongst other things, what will be transferred to council ownership upon completion. If there are any matters in the development agreement that are materially different from Council's decision on the Metro Sports facility to date, then they would be referred back to Council for consideration. The draft development agreement that is very close to completion and will be signed by the Chief Executive includes the provision of the facility, the car parking and the land underneath the facility to be transferred to council ownership upon practical completion, which is Therefore, the development agreement fits well within the delegation that Council have made to the Chief Executive. If there was anything materially different in the development agreement, such as that the Council didn't own the facility or didn't own the land, or there are no car parks or anything like that, then we would obviously come back to Council. We're confident, though, that the development agreement sees the, upon practical completion, the full transfer of the land, facility and car parking to Council.
Sorry, that's not the issue. The issue is that in the report that when Council signed off on the design, the preliminary design, it was stated very clearly that there would be a development agreement. The report assumes that a development agreement detailing how Council and Crown Te Rautaki will work together. That's point one. Point two, the quantum of parking on the Metro site and or the quantum of parking available to customers of the facilities will be finalised by a separate joint business case between Council and the Crown, including parking strategies for the wider area. And all through the report, it talks about the concern at the insufficient car parking of the 550, and that we'll have a separate process to work out the level of car parking, including the future of the car parking land ownership. So what my question is there a joint business case being prepared? And if so, when is it going to be ready? And will it be ready in time to inform the development agreement?
So my understanding is the business, yes. So
when are we able to see that?
I think that's within the delegation of the CEO. So my understanding was that that wasn't coming back to Council. That was a matter of as part of the development agreement, and that the business case was being developed and informed that it wasn't coming back to Council, it was in the CE's delegations.
Well, that's not clear from
as
the report.
As long as it was sufficient. I think the issue was around the sufficiency of the car parks, because, the key to this is that they have to be available for free for Metro Sports users. So, I'm pretty sure that there's a decision or something about there not being a car park building it's on grade parking to be available for free for Metro Sports users. Now, Metro Sports won't be open 24/7, but it will be open 7, and for the additional hours, are those parks available for additional use, and that's what we're looking at.
So the question is, will the parks be available for alternative uses
after hours?
Yes, they will be. That's the intention. We don't know at the moment whether they will be freely available for use, or whether there'll be a charge for other users not using the Metro Sports facility. So what we have been very clear is that we want to ensure that there are sufficient car parks adjacent to the Metro Sports facility for Metro Sports facility users, not for all-day parking for shoppers or commuters. But there are opportunities with the peak timing for Metro Sports facility users and the peak timing for other users to potentially utilise the car parking 24/7 if that's possible.
Right.
So can we get a copy of the business case that's been prepared around the car parking? And also, can we just
I don't know that it's completed.
Be advised around...
I don't know that... Is the business case completed?
Business case is completed.
Is it?
So DCL did it.
And also, can we just be advised around whether the assessment of 550 car parks is still considered insufficient, or if it's considered sufficient, how have we come to that consideration?
So the operator, and John's back in the room today, was satisfied that there are sufficient car parks for the Metro Sports. But do you want to speak to this matter, John?
The business case provides for 550 permanent car parks. It also provides for an area of land on the site that will accommodate a further 80 car parks should they be needed. And the council has the right to use that land and those car parks if they're needed. In our opinion, this is considered sufficient. Our ideal total, when we did the calculations, was about 620, so both sides are aligned. We believe it's sufficient.
Very good. Thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, just like to make a couple of points, and it was refreshing to hear Ms Chair, that you said the car parking at the Metro Sports facility would be free, because that's the first time I'd heard that, and that was the original reason why I didn't vote for it to leave the Kiwi 2 site, because we couldn't be told whether it would be free.
No, it's a condition. Sorry, we're going to have to update some new members, you know, and maybe that's a learning from this.
Yeah, I've asked that question several times, so it was good to hear it from you today. So,
but we all know, you know, so it's...
Well, I've been on a community board for a number of years and didn't know, and had asked the question and hadn't been told.
Yeah, but you've been asking while you've been a councillor and you haven't been told.
Yes, I had, yeah.
I don't know who you were asking, but...
And then anyway. The other points is health boards aren't funded to provide parking. They get no money for that from the government, and as many people will be aware, the CDHB is already underfunded anyway on the funding model. So it isn't in their mandate to provide parking, and it's not part of their role. But we need a joined up approach between all parties, and I think the council has a responsibility, especially given that we will inherit the Metro Sports facility site, to look, can that be part of the solution for what basically the entire city agrees is a major problem, that the building that should be the most accessible in Christchurch is probably the least accessible right now, and I think that is a major issue. So if we can be part of that solution with that site, then we should be. And I know I can't use the number because it's a PX report, but I've seen the number of car parks needed in the area, and the 550 certainly would not be adding any help to that area.
So you said that we can give you assurances that there is work, and I think Brendan's outlaid some of that work on trying to find a parking solution in that area. So we can...
but the Metro Sports site should be part of that if it could be.
It will be part of that if it can be. It is. So we can come back at some later date with some information.
Public record that the CDHB have estimated they require approximately 1,400 long stay car parks in and around the area. That's been a matter of public record for some years. The Metro Sports car parking is predominantly for the Metro Sports. We have collaborated and shared information with the CDHB on what we think the opportunities for sharing some of that car parking is, but ultimately it's up to the CDHB to undertake their own assessment, which we understand they are redoing now. The Chief Executive's previously advised that we've shared some of our parking expertise with the CDHB following the meeting between the Chief Executives last Friday. So we are working very closely with them, but there are challenges that we appreciate for the hospital given the construction going on in and around there, but equally the Metro Sports won't be available until 2020, so we've still got a number of years to get through before we use the Metro Sports as a solution to the CDHB car parking issue around the hospital.
I'm just also very mindful of the fact that in terms of the work that's been done by DCL and others on the parking issue, there will be commercially sensitive information contained within that document. So it may well be that we need to receive it in a public excluded environment in order to protect their commercial elements of it, because I know that there's private sector involvement in car park buildings that are much closer to the hospital than the Metro Sports facility. So I mean that's all I think we should say about the matter now, but I think we need to arrange a public excluded formal reporting on the business case if that's appropriate. I'd rather not have it circulated in an environment where it could be inadvertently passed on and create problems that don't need to be created. Great. All right, so I'd like to move that the Chief Executive's monthly report be received. Jimmy Chen would like to second that. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. If people are generally comfortable, I'd just like someone to move and second my report. So I'm very mindful of the fact that the community board members are there, but I would also like to include an additional recommendation to it, which is that we approve Pauline Cotter to attend the Local Government New Zealand conference. She hasn't done anything wrong. She's actually asked if she could be added to the list, and if you recall when we asked who was interested in going, she wasn't here at the time, and she's advised me that she would like to. That's actually usually how you get to go to conferences of that nature, is by not being there. So, sorry, it's been moved by Mike, seconded by Phil. Yanni?
Yeah, just have one additional recommendation, if that's possible.
Out of my report?
Yeah. Or question or request for additional resolution or no. And that is that I see that there was a meeting with the boards of the regeneration agencies, and that's great. But we used to have regular forums between the health board, Sarah as it was then, councillors, community board members, and it was really useful to get information, and I'm just mindful that we haven't actually had anything like that for quite some time, and I do think it would be good that if it was possibly a quarterly forum where we can all come together and talk about things and get presentations on what's happening. I think having a joint understanding, and if I look at what's happening with Accessible City, that would be one I'd suggest as a really good topic. I think that would be really useful. So I appreciate that you had that meeting, but we as councillors don't really have any opportunity. So it would be good
I
to
think that's a very
understand
good idea. So request the reinstatement of quarterly, it's going to be regeneration
forum
agencies, regeneration and associated agencies. Does that figure it all? Does that get it all with elected members?
The quarterly forum.
Because it was a quarterly forum of key leadership groups in Christchurch. I don't know, because it included elected members, you know, MPs, and I went to one of them. Yep. Regular of regeneration and associated agencies and elected members. All right, so we've got a mover and a seconder for the resolution. Pauline?
I'd just like to thank you for this report. I think it's excellent. It gives us all an oversight on what you're doing. I'm not sure what you did on the 7th and 26th of March because it's nothing in here for that, but every other day is jam-packed. So, yeah.
I was sick.
Oh, that'd be right too. But anyway, I'd just like to thank you for it. I think it's really, really good.
Yeah, no, it's, I'm actually finding it quite a useful discipline, although as you can see I'm not very disciplined because it was late again this month. But what we're setting up is a model where we can just put the information in as we go. But the other thing is that I want you to feel like you can use it as well. So if there are things that you go to on my behalf, or if there are things that you are attending or speaking at, or something that you feel would actually benefit from a bit of daylighting or recording, then please feel free to use the report. It can be an opportunity for councillors to say, like I put in there that the Life Festival was on. That was one festival that I couldn't get to that weekend, but other councillors went, and it would have been nice to be able to write down all of the names of the ones that went. I should have put your name down for the Children's Day, and I've got to get to the point, like the community boards, of putting in photographs, because I've got a fabulous photo of Anne crawling out from the fire service held one of those days where they let kids crawl in under an area just so they could see how hard it is to get out when you can't see. So Anne went down and did it as well. We were very proud of her, yeah, but no, I promised I wouldn't publish the photo on Facebook, so I won't publish it in the monthly report. But yeah, so I would like you to feel that it's your report as well. So it's been moved by Mike Davidson, seconded by Phil Clearwater, and I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. And the next item on the agenda is the Hallsville Hornby Riccarton Community Board. Would you like to come forward? Helen Broughton, standing in for Mike Mora.
Thank you.
And Gary Watson.
Which one do you want?
You're the boss.
Thank you, and I understand, Madam Mayor, we've got 10 minutes in total.
Yes.
Including questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll try and be brief. There's two reports in front of you which you need to approve or not approve as you choose. The first report is the long-awaited consultation on the new Hornby Library and Customer Services and South West Leisure Centre. And just a bit of background, when Sockburn Pool was deconstructed in 2007 to 2008, there was the understanding that a South West pool would be built. Obviously the earthquakes got in the way and we're now 10 years on. So it's been, the pool in particular has been long awaited. The consultation document that you need to improve is one that's been done between staff and board members. And in that consultation document we hope to get a lot of feedback, because we do want feedback on location of the three buildings, if you like, the swimming pool, the service centre and library. So that's all I've got there on that one.
Very good.
Are you wanting questions or move on?
Well, I think I'm just wondering whether you'd like to. We'll deal with that report, but do you want to speak to the Ruapuna Park report as well?
Okay, thank you.
And then
Can I just ask a point on the Ruapuna report? Does that lease include the Speedway as well? Because if it does, I have a conflict.
I am not sure on that. The Speedway is part of the actual complex. Whether it's in that report, I haven't got the lease with me.
Well, in the interests of
yeah, just look,
I'll
sit to one
aside
side. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, so there's in front of you is a lease of the motorsport area and a lease to the Canterbury Car Club. It does allow the Canterbury Car Club to sublease within the area, as long as approved by the council property manager. So I think it's really good that there's a council property manager having some oversight of it. The Ruapuna Motorsport Park is of regional significance, and it houses the Canterbury Car Club and Speedway. Some of you may have been aware of the noise issues which related to Ruapuna. An engineering report was commissioned by council called the Marshall Day Report that led to Plan Change 52, which was ultimately decided by the Environment Court in 2014 and rolled into the Christchurch District Plan. The board members had in front of them the lease when they approved this lease for going forward, but it's my understanding that the lease is not inconsistent with the district plan, because it's really important that the district plan provisions are adhered to. But I don't think the lease is contradictory. So that's all.
Very good. And now, did you want to just touch on your monthly report?
Yes. Just to talk about Culture Galore. We held that on the 11th of March. It's a joint venture with the Fendalton Waimari Harewood Board. It's 15 years old. We had 4,000 people turning out, and it was a cold day. So it seems to be still going well. The other one I'd draw to your attention is Connect 2017. That was an aim to bring together students and local residents. A large number of students attended, and that's run by the Oak Development Trust, University of Canterbury, the police, the council, and yes, the police and the council through the community board. Excuse me.
Well, that was great. I mean, I'm really glad that you highlighted those, and I'm really glad that the community board report has beautiful pictures of these events. And I was particularly interested in Connect 2017. I hadn't heard of that one, and it sounds like a fantastic opportunity to bring communities together. And I love the name Connect, and it looks like people were having a great time. So congratulations to the board. It's excellent.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move this one.
You would like to move the receipt of the report?
Item 6.
And you would like to second it? You have a question?
Just on the comment that you made, Helen, about when the soccer room pool was demolished.
Yes.
And you said that there was.
Oh, can we
just get a seconder for the?
Oh, okay. I'm just worried about. I'm trying to make a separation between the reports and the Part A papers.
So when do you want questions?
Well, when we don't normally have questions on Part A papers, do we?
Oh, don't you? Sorry.
I don't know.
Item 7.
I thought there was an incorrect statement.
Okay. Well, we'll do the report first, and then we'll come to the Part A's. Okay. So receive the report. Receive the report. Jimmy Chen, seconded by Vicky Buck. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And if you just stay there for a minute, we'll go on to item 7. But I want to get staff to the table for the actual discussion on it. But oh, sorry.
So Gary's
underneath.
the author of the
Eh?
So Gary's.
Oh, Gary's the author of the report anyway, so he's right there. So there you go.
I'm right here.
All right. So Pauline, question.
Just when you said that when the soccer room pool was demolished, there was a promise to build a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, was that a formal resolution or? I don't recall that at all.
No, it was probably what staff felt at the time. Of course, we had the earthquake in 2010, so it's probably been on hold at that point.
Yeah, I don't recall, because that was the Edgware pool days as well, and there were no promises to build new pools. I'm not opposed to them. Don't get me wrong, but I just think we've got to be careful making statements like that.
No, it definitely was. I think it went into the plan back then.
I think
it was a bit different to Edgware. I remember Edgware too.
I think we need to perhaps
why don't we just acknowledge that there was an expectation in the community that the pool would be replaced. So that, and I think that's a fair assessment of what we can agree was definitely the case. There was definitely an expectation that there would be a pool to replace it.
Same feeling in Edgware as well, it just wasn't publicised.
I think this discussion document is very good. I'm very impressed with it. It's goes through all of the pros and cons of each of the sites, and they all have challenges and they all have advantages. It's excellent. I'm really impressed.
Thank you.
So I'd like to move that we endorse the commencement of consultation on this. Oh, no, that's not fair. Jimmy Chen moves it. Seconded by Vicky Buck. I'll put that motion.
Sorry, may I have a comment regarding this one?
Yes?
Yeah, I would like to know. Okay, yeah.
We haven't passed them yet, have we?
Because I just want to share with all the mayor and the councillors. Actually, this kind of facility is one of council key anchor project. If we back to the 2012, they already put in there. But due to some reason, just defer. But anyway, today I'm very happy. This one will put to the kind of public consultation. And also we we endorse this one. Actually is amendment from the community board meeting on the 31st of March. There's a kind of a slight difference from the original start. They have a kind of 15 small area, have the wording amendment, etc., but not impact the original staff, the information. This just want to remind the mayor and the councillor. Another one is this public consultation very, very crucial, because while we're screening from 11 possible options to shortlist the 3 of them. So encourage the community and also individually during the consultation time period from the 26th April till the 9th June. That's crucial time period. Make the submission, written submission, oral submission, give us the overall picture, then make the proper decision. That's important. But the staff will integrate all those the feedback, will write the reasonable report back to the council again. So this is the kind of way we calculate the issue. Just want to remind the mayor and councillors. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I want to join in the fact that this is finally happening. This has been a very long time coming, as you know, because we've debated it every budget time. It's slightly ahead, I understand, of the Linwood Woolston one, which we look forward to doing very soon. But I think what it does is that for a community that a community we know needs those sort of facilities where they feel like they are valued, where they have fun, where they can actually have a swim, a book, 3D printing, whatever. That's fantastic. And what we've tried to do in the options is look at the pros and cons of each site, the pros and cons of co-locating, which saves $2.5 million if you in capital and an ongoing operational cost as well, and put all of the issues that we know about each site out for the community to tell us where they want this to happen in the southwest. So finally this is going out. The people of the Hornby southwest area will be delighted to see it, and I'm sure that the feedback from them will be very major. Because they've been waiting for this to come out for at least 3 and a bit years that I'm aware of, and probably substantially longer. So I'm delighted that this is on the agenda. Yanni.
Yeah, the draft aquatic strategy in 2005 actually clearly identified that the southwest was a priority for a swimming pool. So when they closed Sockburn, that was actually very much, when they consulted on the closure of Sockburn, that was very much a commitment that I think was made. And interesting enough, at the time, the west or southwest is quoted as saying one site was superior in meeting the key attributes and is described in the table below. And that is basically the Goulding Reserve near the Hornby Library and Community Centre. So, you know, I know things have changed since then, but actually the work done back then actually identified a site in the Hornby area and near the main Hornby Mall as being one of the ones that made a lot of sense. So appreciate we're going out with an open mind around the sites in terms of this consultation, but I do want to say that, you know, I think this is part of honouring that commitment, as we made with Woolston as well, that we would replace those facilities when they were closed. The same commitment was not made around Edgware, and people will note that actually Graham Condon was built in Papanui, and that was, I guess, seen as catering for that demand. So I'm really supportive of us going out for consultation on this. I think to me there's still a question around the benefit of co-location of libraries and swimming pools, and maybe hopefully the community can have a chance to give feedback on whether they want that or not. Again, I'm open-minded on it, but I think it is an interesting conversation to have with people. So I really look forward to this happening. I concur with the comments that are made by the local councils for the area, and I think it's great that we're going out and consulting on this.
Mike.
Thank you, and I guess I'll be careful what I say, because last time I was told my idea was revolting. But in terms of the 2006 plan about the west and southwest, yes, it was identified there was a need for replacement, but they also identified one of those areas as the Horsell
aquatic centre. So I think if you're going to make statements from a previous aquatics plan, you should get it right. Look, I have no problem with this going out for consultation. I think it's really important for people actually to feedback, and I find it interesting and quite informative to actually show some of the savings, but at the same time, why do we not actually put then the operating cost of what this quite significant building is actually going to cost the ratepayers on an ongoing basis? We really need to look at what we are doing with our aquatics facilities. These are big projects. $20 million is a big pool. And we continually hear that Papanui got a $15 million one. We need to look at this as at a city level, not just at a suburb level, and make sure we can actually afford the ongoing impact of all these pools. We're currently building the biggest aquatic facility in New Zealand, and we can't be competing against that. So I just think that in this consultation, I noticed there's a bit for other comments. Really, the community actually need to actually have a look at them, potentially say, we don't need a $20 million pool, perhaps a $10 million pool would actually meet the requirements and need of that community.
Thank you. Right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. The next one's Ruapuna Park. Okay. Well, Gary's also the staff member. Are there any questions on this one? Yanni?
Yeah, I just wanted to check in terms of, will a copy of the lease be made available for the notification to the public? So my understanding is that this will be notified and there's a public process where people can lodge objections. And I just wanted to understand the level of detail that people will have given the contentious history of this.
Yes. I can't answer that.
No, you shouldn't be asked that question. Gary, can you help us out?
I can neither answer it, but what I can do is go back to the property unit and ask them exactly what that process is.
Or have we got anyone from there?
As a general rule, once the lease that is executed and is provided, it's a copy in relation to it. So it'll follow the usual process. The staff are well aware it's been contentious in the past, and we can come back with some more detailed information just around how that will work.
I guess I just wanted to understand in terms of the public making submissions to the process, whether they will have the detail to be able to do that. I understand that at the end of the process, the lease will be made public, possibly, but just, yeah, in terms of the process for the community to actually know what the terms of the lease are, is that something that we do make available?
I think the leases are
they're not asked for submissions, they're being asked to make objections. So it's a formal process. So I presume in the publicly advertising the proposal to grant a lease, it will have the terms of the lease,
right. Well, that's
but not the detail. I mean, it won't have every last little bit of detail, but
because in this case, the
presumably once you've got permission to go, once you've got approval to go ahead with the lease, then the detailed elements are.
I think the difference in this case is that actually the detail possibly is what is the contention, and so things like the number of noise days and the sound limits is the thing that people, I think, possibly may be interested in. It may just be as simple as saying it's what's in the
district plan,
and here's what's in the district plan.
They can't go outside the district plan.
Well, actually, there's a debate to be had around the district plan versus the lease. So the lease is actually our chance, and we've been through this with Hagley Oval, that actually what you put in the lease actually does give us as council a degree of control over the activity that happens here. But yeah, I guess the key thing is this is going out for objections, and the information needs to be as clear to the public as possible. And I guess the community board are aware of that, hence there was some comment in the community board report around that, although I see that wasn't carried.
Yes. My understanding is the district plan, they couldn't go outside the district plan, but it's not stated as such in the lease, and whether that needs to be, I don't know.
Sorry, technology is a wonderful thing, so staff are listening live.
The objections, if received, will feed into the final lease document, so there is
Yeah, but the question is are we able to put, you know, the terms of the lease at least online so that people can look at what the proposed lease would look like?
Are you able to answer
I mean, presumably, given that it's... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it has to come back to us to enter into the lease. So I think as much information that can be put in the public arena as possible should, I mean, obviously not publicly notified in the terms of the advertisement in the paper, but I think access to as much information as possible. They have a prior lease though, don't they? I'm just wondering whether... Anyway. So, do I have a mover for this? No? Going to fail for a want of a mover and a seconder? Jimmy Chen moved. Seconded.
David East. No, he's got a conflict.
He hasn't got a conflict, but I'll take Andrew Turner just to make it all crystal clear. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now could we have, turn over the page, Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board. Morning, Sally.
This is at Linwood Central Heathcote.
Eh?
This is at Linwood Central Heathcote, is it?
Yeah? Yeah, Sally.
No, they're coastal.
No, Shapire's.
Shapire's gone off sick.
Right.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking
Yeah.
at that. Oh, right, okay, great.
Yeah.
Cool. Great.
Sorry. I guess, good morning, Mayor and councillors. Just to let you know, I didn't choose the pictures. I only saw them late last night, and
I knew this was. I knew that this was going to spark off a competition. This is all down to Kim's fantastic first report from Coastal Berwick.
I don't think we'll meet up to that. I only saw them late last night, so they may not match the
It's
talking.
lovely. Lovely photo, and it's a great environment too.
Yeah, a community garden next door to the centre.
Yeah.
There's no Part A recommendations this time. So just run through our significant projects and initiatives. The aquatic facility in the Linwood Woolston area. The current status of this project is that the board met with staff and an architect to have preliminary discussions on the scoping of the aquatic facility, and funding for this project is available in the long-term plan. And as a community board, we all agree that it should not just be a pool, but a really fun place for the whole family to go, with lots of water fun equipment and associated outdoor area with picnic places and picnic places and barbecues and things like that. We're expecting staff to come back to us within the next 2 weeks for an update on this, as we missed their one this week. The second one is the Linwood Lower Fields Flood Mitigation Basin Landscape, which is a really boring name for the Woolston Urban Forest, in actual fact. This is an amazing project. It's a drainage project on steroids, I suppose you could call it, because staff have really outdone themselves here in terms of, I'm thinking of drainage project, a boring old retention basin, and here we've got an urban forest. It's and a lot of us around here will not be around to see this when it comes to fruition and the trees have grown. But I think here we're creating a legacy for Christchurch, for this eastern side of the city, and the next generation. It's a new Rickenham bush, or a Woolston bush, or Linwood bush as it will be known, I guess. Amazing project. Number 3, the Woolston Library and Community Facility. The consultation closed on the 30th of March, and the first working group meeting was held on the 24th of March. We've got a report coming to the 1st of May to approve the design, and construction is due to start in the second half of the year.
You might be having to flick around there. Our significant community issues. I've got, never mind. Yeah, this one. Our biggest community issue is the problem we have on some of the parks in our area, and one of these parks is the Doris Lusk Park on Stanmore Road. Over the past few months there's been a lot of antisocial behaviour there, and the issues are largely associated with homeless people, some of whom have addictions. They spend the day on the reserve drinking, and this has caused residents and others visiting the park and the arts centre there to feel very unsafe. Before the earthquake, Street 10 provided a place for the homeless to spend time during the day, and they were able to spend time with others in a similar situation, access support from community workers, cook meals, do their washing, etc., be in a warm environment. So we feel that the situation is not getting any better, and we're very keen to work alongside other groups to work on getting a drop-in centre in this area, and we'll be talking more about this with you. People are now requesting a liquor ban be put in place, but we feel that this will just move the problem to another place, so we want to do both things maybe, or just get the drop-in centre for a start. We've heard problems from Te Whare Roimata about this issue. We've heard them talking about it, and we're going to bring a proposal to the council in annual plan hearings to try and get some money moved across to get the project started, but it will be a joint venture. The second significant community issue is the Inner City East Revitalisation Plan, and this follows on really from the first one a wee bit, because the board heard from Te Whare Roimata about the ongoing pre-engagement of residents in the Inner City East and Linwood Village about a community-led revitalisation plan for the area. Information collected so far shows that those who live in the area have lived there for a long period of time and have noted an ongoing decline in the area. And there's a perception that the area is very unsafe, and this also has to do with the Doris Lusk Reserve. They're also concerned about the maintenance issues in the area. This process was begun by the Hagley Ferrymead Community Board in 2016. So we will continue to liaise with Te Whare Roimata on how this process can be supported, including through the annual plan process. The third issue is the Latimer Community Housing Trust. This trust wants to build 6 units for low-income earners in Barbados Street. The housing units are primarily meant for single older adults on low income who lived in the area before the earthquakes. Most of these men lived in the old bedsit units, which have been mostly demolished now. The trust is determined to build in a way that enables tenants to age in place and feel they've got a long-term home. Funding of $290,000 was granted to the trust from the Capital Endowment Fund in 2013. But there's been extensive delays, and they've had a recosting of the project, so now they're working to try and get further funding for the project. But one of the interesting things that they said when they came to see us at one of our March meetings was when they're applying for funding, that most people, when they're giving funding, they have a criteria that you have to provide for the whole of the city as opposed to one area, whereas this trust is particularly concentrating on that Inner City East and what has happened there. So sometimes they don't meet the criteria of a funder. So I'm just wondering, I'm throwing that open to our housing committee here and seeing whether there's an opportunity to work with them, or whether we need to take it back to the Capital Endowment Fund, which is where they got their first tranche of money from. Matters of interest. We've held several community events in March. On the 3rd and 4th of March, the board supported the Linwood College Festival of Nations, and this was a huge success. And 34 nations participated in this multicultural festival. I think it's going to rival Culture Galore. And Linwood College are very keen to make this an annual event. On the 5th of March, the board supported and funded the Life Festival, Linwood Youth Festival Experience, and this is an amazing one because it's actually organised by the young people themselves, and they get a lot of experience from the organisation and can, go into those type of jobs with that experience. It was attended by about 5,000 people. On the 6th of March, we had a breakfast meeting with the board area members of Parliament, and discussion included flood mitigation, cycleways, East Frame update, draft annual plans, some of the bus stop, Port of Littleton, dredging operations, and Redcliffe School, Redcliffe's Park. We've also held 2 workshops and some neighbourhood meetings on the draft annual plan. We've been encouraging people to make submissions, and the board will be supporting a lot of the submissions that the public have made. For example, we've had a lot of submissions about the Linwood East area and the problems we've got there. We've also, the Christchurch Yacht Club wants money to complete the section of the coastal pathway near where they are, and they've raised a lot of money themselves to help that process. So, I think we've still got another one of those meetings tonight, maybe. On the 14th of March, there was a community consultation drop-in session for the Woolston Library. On the 15th of March, we had a breakfast meeting with school principals. 15 school principals attended, and they talked about, a lot of them talked about the congested parking outside their schools and the need for a positive police presence in their schools. And one thing they did talk about, which could be something that council could come back to us in terms of giving us some clarity, is they wanted clarity on the list of school speed zone priority works. So they knew actually how long they were waiting for those safety works like the 40k speed zone and those type of things. So we'd be quite keen to know that for the sake of our schools in the area. On the 18th of March, Community Board and Council staff used Waltham Fair as an opportunity to raise awareness of the annual plan process and its importance. 25th of March, Woolston Gala was also used as an opportunity to raise the importance of the annual plan. And on the 31st of March, we held our Garden Pride Awards, recognising the efforts of those who contribute to enhancing the overall image of Christchurch as a garden city. And like all other parts of the city, we have people there who've been winning these awards since these garden awards started about 19 years ago. I think we had someone there who's won 17 awards. So it's and there we all are at the back of the Mount Pleasant Community Centre after the awards, having afternoon tea. Really great event that one was. Anyway, I just want to say thank you very much, and next month Jake will be here instead of me because I'm going on a holiday to celebrate 40 years of marriage.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh yeah, we've got a video.
Yeah, well done. Phil.
Thank you very much for your report, Sally.
We just got a quick video. Can we do that first?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. Sorry.
Now we're really upmarket. Sound? I think it's got sound. I can't remember. Oh, okay. No, I think.
Is it you?
No, that's me. Jumping in. This is a combination of.
You already do.
The live one.
Without the plastic.
It's the live one. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to get you sound enabled for next time. That looked great.
Any questions?
Yeah, Phil and then Glenn.
Thanks, Sally. And I think your whole report shows just how much is being done within the different ward areas of our city. It's great. There's a couple of areas I particularly want to ask you about in terms of how we coordinate these. And one is, I guess, starting with the issue of the alcohol-related issues at Doris Glass Park that clearly we have these issues in other parts of the city too. So it's really, I guess, just to invite you to consider bringing these issues, so they are all coordinated as you were asking for, to the Social and Community Development Committee as a way of making sure that we are, we have the best coordination from the council resources. And the other part too, and I'm sure Glenn will ask about this too, was the Latimer Community Housing Trust. There are also a group perhaps who, clearly because of the delays, it might be really good if they come to talk with the Housing Task Force and the Social and Community Development Committee too. So it's just a way to, I guess, coordinate all the excellent work that your board are doing.
It's an excellent suggestion that we steer them in that direction, because I think, they've got a project and they're trying to do this, and it's an interesting way in which they're trying to get funding, given that they've got a certain amount, and how the criteria is stopping them, of funders are stopping them to get the extra money. I will take that back to staff to make sure that they know to come to that housing task force. Yeah, and thank you for that thing, because I realise too that there are problems in Addington as well with this. Yeah.
Ben?
Thank you. Yes, just following on from Phil, obviously there's an identified issue or series of issues sitting beneath one, and that proposed solution with the housing trust. So you'd obviously be happy if we work together with not only you and Jake, Brenda, everyone on the board.
The whole board is just behind this project.
Housing Task Force and the Mayor's Welfare subgroup on homeless. No, I mean the subgroup. No, not the Mayor's Welfare Fund, but the Emergency Housing Subgroup, which has just had its first meeting with all the agencies and put it all together.
It needs to be coordinated, and I think Lester is going to help organise that coordination. I've just given them a big job to do. So.
Yeah, and we've got a year to the LTP, so if we are going to do something over a built
and the need for day facilities.
Do you think we need to signal anything LTP?
We're just writing up here, request officers to report back to the Council and Community Board on a joined up approach to addressing the issues raised in the report regarding Doris Luss Park and the need for drop-in facilities. Because the homelessness one, and the task force has got to be involved in this.
Yep.
So, and maybe it's better to, can you just note the interests of the housing task force, because often it's, and Yanni's just sent round the report that he's sent us before, and he'll keep sending it to us until we actually take notice of it. And he's right. He's absolutely right. The housing first approach works. It's proven overseas. It's been proven in New Zealand through Hamilton, and it needs to be seriously looked at here. That you can't get underneath all of the underlying issues until somebody's got a secure roof over their head. Seattle's our sister city, and we'll have an opportunity to talk to them this year, I'm hoping. So that will be an opportunity for us to actually see that firsthand and report back to the council. At last, Yanni, we will get somewhere.
Thank you very much.
Just one point I wanted to make too, though, that is actually quite urgent, is that Housing New Zealand are building huge amounts of intensive housing, social housing, in some of these areas. And I'm not saying that there's a link between it, but actually when you think about what's happening with social housing, the intensification of social housing without the wraparound support services for people with needs can be quite damaging to local communities. So I do think it's important that we involve, if we can, Housing New Zealand in this, because actually there is concern being raised by me and other local councils, I think, around just the huge intensity of smaller houses in certain areas, and the lack of support around what can be very complex issues for some of the tenants. So I do think we need to get Housing New Zealand agreed to a join up process. And the other thing, I guess, the point I just really want to make is that the Housing First actually saves the city money, whether it's health, police, justice or welfare or city. It saves money, so it's actually a good economic thing to do as much as a social.
Yeah, but it requires an upfront investment, and the savings are not found in terms of council funding. The savings are found in the police budget and the health budget, which is why it'd be a jolly good thing if the government would just delegate us all of that, and then we could get the benefits from the investment that we would make in those areas.
Or we bring those people together for the solution.
Yeah, no, we will, and I just think that's a very good outcome. So thank you very much.
And good stuff on the housing. But I see you had some deputations on the Linwood Lower Fields Flood Mitigation Basin Landscape Plan, aka the Urban Forest.
Yeah.
Did you get answers to those questions about the sected and lighting and the stagnancy concerns?
Yeah, that was all in the report at the time. The answers were there, but we did ask the staff to engage regularly with residents during the project and provide reports back to the board on monitoring the program around antisocial behaviour, dogs, stagnation and all the issues that they had raised at the time.
Right, so you're comfortable with that?
Yeah.
That's good, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Right, would you like to move it?
Yeah, I do want to move it. There was one point on that though, that you'll be aware that we did go glyphosate free as a council, unless there was a special circumstance. And one issue on the lower fields is that, unbeknownst to the board, it was sprayed with glyphosate before the residents could be informed, and so there was a lot of concern from the residents after the board meeting that had happened. And it did raise, I guess, an interesting wider question, which I have sent through, which is it would be good to get an update on how we're approaching that glyphosate-free policy and how many exemptions have been granted and on what basis. Because I think just in terms of community understanding and also our understanding as elected members, it would just be good to get that clarified. But my understanding is the people from that project, are really keen to get on and do the work. And obviously with the flooding that we're experiencing, I think everyone can understand why there is a real urgent need to get these flooding projects done.
That is a classic community board issue. And I'm hearing you say that you've sent through a request for information. Can I just encourage the community boards to lead those requests for information, because then you can report it back in your reports. I just think it would be a much more open and effective way of doing things, is that when these issues are raised in your local community areas, that you put in the information request through your governance structure, and then that reporting can come back through the community board and end up in these reports, which makes it a very public process. I'm really happy with these reports. I think it's such a huge improvement. So anyway, so moved by Yanni, seconded by Dion. Yep. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. That's lovely. Thank you very much, Sally. Next we have Papanui Innes. Ali Jones is not present. So we have Emma instead. Right, lovely. Welcome.
We don't have any parties either, so I'm just going to highlight a few things from our report. I think Jenny's got some.
Well, Chris has just
got those coming.
How do you get on?
This is awesome. I'm so happy with this. You started a trend, Kim. This is all down to you.
This one. Here it is. So I'll just make it go from here.
Don't you think this is better?
It's much better. Much better than boring a minute. Yeah. Come on. Going through.
There you go. And we're quite proud of our new signage we've got up in our boardroom. People now know who we are and who they're talking to. I'll just run through. We've got a couple of significant projects underway. Yes, photos coming on the other wall soon. We've got the St Albans Community Centre rebuild, which is now proceeding to full design and resource consent stage. Got some pictures coming up.
Well, it should be going on. Why is it not? Why isn't it going? I probably can't work it. I normally can. I can normally work it.
What is it now? No, try. Other one. And again.
Yeah. Right. So this is there's a result of what the St Albans Community Centre Working Party has been done, which has been a great way we've found to get the community input into it. The building's expected to start around August, and in tandem with that is the relocation of the Lions Transitional Facility, which is currently on site. We're working with the community group to get that building moved to McFarlane Park in Shirley, where there's a dire need for some facilities. I've got up there now Children's Day, which was obviously a great event. Some of you went to that. We've also we had a meeting with our school principals during March as well, and one of the big issues which they brought up again, for not the first time, was issues with psychosocial problems in children at school. We've got one group in our area, the Neighbourhood Trust, who have been doing some great work with Maraho Primary. I don't know why we said out of order. But we managed to get them some airtime on the radio and get some stuff out there in the media about what they're doing, advocating for more money to do that. And we as a board have also been trying to follow up on the Community Resilience Partnership Fund and how we as a board and our community groups can access that. So that's something we're waiting for answers on as well. You just saw there we had our Garden Pride Awards. So we've gone past it now, which was
set it.
another great event. Those ones there are from our Maraho Community Day, which was run by Neighbourhood Trust. Unfortunately, the weather was fairly poor, but we had our stand there with information on the annual plan, and the people that did come along enjoyed it. The other thing that came up from our school principals meeting that we had was issues around school zones and school crossings. We as a board are going to be putting in our submission to the annual plan that we would like to see an increase in funding for the 40 kilometre an hour school zones. And I'm sure we won't be the only board doing that as well. We also had a request from principals to maybe look at running a public awareness campaign of how school crossings work. They have been saying that when the lollipop goes down, people on the opposite side of the road aren't stopping. So maybe that could be something that we as a council could look at, running a bit of a campaign around that. I think that's pretty much us.
So somebody set the timer on this, if you want to tell everybody.
Yeah, that's some photos of the gardens from our Garden Pride Awards.
The reason that Children's Day is in there is, even though it's a metropolitan event now, it was actually started in the old Shirley Papanui ward, and I think that's probably why. And I think, do our staff...
It's primarily coordinated by our staff, working in partnership with other staff around the city, and the Cashmere, Sprayden Cashmere recreation officer was heavily involved this year as well.
Right, and I'd just like to add a little bit to the picture there of the St Albans Swim Club that are operating at the Shirley Intermediate School, and because of course they used to operate at the Edgware Pool, which had a sad demise we won't go into, but they have done really well to survive. They've got a partnership with the school, 50 members at least, but they have a very, very efficient membership fee, if you like, and the kids get two swimming lesson days a week if they want to, and there's also a free family day on the Friday that they hold, weather permitting, and the kids also, a lot of them get a one-on-one if they need it, which is for no extra cost. So they're doing brilliantly well, and they're also training lifeguards and training coaches, and they also use a lot of volunteers. So I just want to give them a really big plug. They're doing a fabulous job there in the community, and also to Shirley Intermediate for sharing their pool, because that's a very generous offer of them, and I know that what they get in the hire fee doesn't cover the cost of using it, so I think that they're being very generous to offer that pool to the swim club. It's a great partnership between the community board, the swim club and the school. Yeah.
Don't move the Children's Day back into your patch though. I loved it in the red zone. It was a great location, and it invited people basically back into this amazing public space that and people can see the potential when they go there, so you can't have it back. Which one?
Very attached, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it normally moves around the city, doesn't it? 'Cause
It
it's
does.
bits of that.
Yeah.
But there's
quite keen to have it
plenty of
again.
red zone to be going to yet. Yeah, all right. It is great to see life back in the red zone, especially Children's Day. It was great. So Pauline, would you like to move this? And seconded by Mike, and I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thanks, Emma. Spraden Cashmere Community Board.
We're on.
Do you want to do that? I don't want it cycling because I want to go.
No, it was, that was the way it was set up for that one. This one should just arrow through and it should be good.
One here?
Yeah.
Pure, it's all very well for you to be in praise of those people who've got pictures, Leanne, but it's very stressful. Especially when someone starts to introduce moving things. So anyway, we've got a Part A and Huntsbury Community Centre lease renewal. I just want to briefly mention Huntsbury, which used to be called St Huntsbury on the Hill, and St Martin's on the Hill, is coming up to its centenary, and I asked heritage people on the council, and they came back with some really interesting remarks about the history of Huntsbury. But this is the community centre renewal, which is halfway up the hill, and it's used so much that we had a meeting, Tim and I, yesterday with other community board members and residents at Vista Place, which is at the top of Huntsbury Hill, about an issue of young people and their propensity to be in cars and play dub. And the local residents wanted to have a meeting at the Huntsbury Community Centre and couldn't find the time to get one because it's so packed out with events and with community interests. So we've got the Part A. You moving?
No, the next part. It's the report that follows.
Okay. Mel and I are going to share this. In the decisions made, there's a couple of things like events that aren't there, which I'm going to briefly mention, but you'll see that there's a request for staff to look into the possibility of a plaque in memory of Christine Loughton, and many of you will be aware of Christina and the work that she's done in the community and her self-effacing and absolute commitment to people and the community, and we're asking staff for comments about placing a plaque on a bus stop because that was one of her many, many interests. We also had our Garden Awards organised by the redoubtable Wendy Gunther. She managed to get out of our community dozens of random prizes for our gardeners at the end of our presentation of awards, and we had the biggest number of people at our awards ceremony that we've ever had, and it's just much loved occasion.
The area is smaller.
Even though the area is smaller, we had more people getting awards, and it's a much loved occasion, and we all attend, and it's fantastic. Also not mentioned is the fact that we're undergoing a series of school visits to the boards of trustees of our schools. The primary issue that's come up on the visits that we've done thus far are safer travel to school. We were really embarrassed at our first visit when the staff said, when the boards of trustees said how much they valued the work of the safer travel advisors, and we didn't know they existed. So we're asking them to come and present to us and tell them what they do. But this has been the primary issue that has been raised by our boards of trustees, is the safer routes to school and their fears and over the consequences of increased traffic and so on. And the last visit this week was Spraden School, and they are losing their school pool and shifting to the old Manning Intermediate site in Hoonhay. And the loss of a school pool is always extremely sad, not just for the swimming, but because of the community involvement that occurs in the summer when people get their school keys and sit with other parents in the community and look at their kids playing in the water. So that's a loss to our community, the fact that that school pool is going to be closed. Mel?
What error do you do?
Have we moved nothing?
Why is it? No, we haven't. Oh, there we go. Excellent. So I was going to talk, we've got just mention of the Hoon Hey Community Centre, and we've got quite a few photos of this. Lots of things have been happening there at the moment. There's a steering committee that's sort of been running for the last sort of 9 months under the umbrella of Rowley House. So Donna McAleer has been instrumental. There's been Doug Rankin and Colin Burt that have been part of that steering committee, and they've organised the lease that we've got at the moment with the council, insurance and all sorts of other things. A whole bunch of improvements have happened. The inside of the building was painted by students from ARA, which one of the local residents organised because he works there. The new sign was put at the front. There had been one donated that got damaged, so a new one was put in by Carl the Carver from Rowley House, so it's absolutely beautiful. There's been other things such as the curtains were fixed up and they put apple trees around the back and all sorts of other things. So there's a whole lot of community stuff going on there. And then the Hoon Hey Community Association's got a whole series of events planned for this year. So there's been veggie swaps and Christmas carol singing and recipe events and all sorts of things where every time you go you meet someone new from the area, which is kind of the point of having a community facility like this available for people to use. So that picture on the left is when that was the first community association meeting that they had last year, and this is just the higher rates form, and there's Carolyn there. That was the opening last year with the cake that got made by a lady in the community who wanted to remain anonymous, but I ended up door knocking her during the election and figured out who she was and where she lived, which was quite cool. And yeah.
And this is one of our other cottages, centre of the community. This is Manuka Cottage, and they have been in St Mary's, the beautiful church of St Mary's, for 4 or 5 years. Before that, they'd shifted a couple of times since their building went post-earthquake. They've now been waiting for 6 years. The staff are working very hard to replace Manuka Cottage and to establish themselves on Cornelius Park. If we roll it.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
There's the inside of the Church of St Mary's. It's absolutely gorgeous, with a wonderful congregation.
And that was the fair that they had recently as well on the left.
Yeah. And yeah, and those are other fairs and occasions. We run a lot of joint functions with them, and functions that all the community board members turn up to, and in consultations, cycleway consultations and so on, are often held in the church, and will be held in the future at Manuka Cottage in its new location, not far from the church, at Cornelius O'Connor Reserve.
Just to embarrass Carolyn, because she won't say, but that's her dressed up as Tweedledum or Tweedledee in the middle there, and she does that every year at our fair.
I'm always Tweedledum, actually.
Tweedledum. There's Cornelius O'Connor.
We briefly want to mention the Port Hills fires. The staff, what I want to mention about that is the staff. The staff have been absolutely amazing yet again, because they've been called upon so often in the last year with the Kaikoura earthquakes and so on. And Paul Devlin in particular, in a plane while the fires went on for those days. Paul Devlin up in the plane directing the traffic and the helicopters. And last time we saw him, he had unshaven, grizzled face and red eyes because he has worked so hard. But also the staff of the Beckenham Service Centre, who yet again have been working in an emergency situation, and all the other staff, many of whom I don't know, the park rangers, the people behind the scenes, the people organising the staff. Grace is now leading the social welfare side of it, and we just want to thank the staff. We think they've been doing wonderful, wonderful things. We've had a couple of resolutions on replanting, etc., but I think the staff have been ahead of us on those resolutions, and we certainly don't want to tell Grandma to suck eggs. We want to say how much done and how much we respect the work that they've done, and think that I think they've moved especially quickly on the issue of replanting, etc. Melanie's board's delegate to the Summit Road Society, and I'm the board's delegate to the Port Hills Trust. So we've got some idea of what's happening behind the scenes on private and what is it? Trust-owned land. Yeah. Skipping over the page, because we'll assume that you will have read this, the school speed zones, that's what I've discussed briefly about that, the concern that the schools have. And Mel, you're going to talk about...
so here's another picture that's similar to what that Sally showed before, just about Waltham Fair, because it moved out of Spraden Heathcote into the new Linwood Central, whatever they're called now. And so it was a bit sad for us to hand that over, but I guess it's exciting for them at the same time. So I did a speech on behalf of Carolyn just to do a bit of a handover, because Waltham's always been a place in the heart of Spraden Heathcote Board. And so, and we've lost our memorial gates to have our Anzac celebration at, so we've been scrabbling around for another area. And the last thing, which we haven't got a photo of, but we will next time, is just that we had a couple of the young people who'd won Youth Achievement Awards come back, and we haven't had a huge number of them come and talk to us. So Emma Pavey's been doing a really good job of asking them to come back and tell us about the places they've been to and the amazing international gymnasts they've met and all sorts of other things. So we were just really, really pleased to see what our funding had been able to achieve for them.
And this year we're going on Anzac Day to Sydenham Cemetery, where there are two graves next door to each other of soldiers that died, one of whom died 6 or 7 days before the armistice, and one died 6 or 7 days after the armistice. And when you look at the grave of the young man who died 6 or 7 days before the armistice, you look below and you see a plaque in recognition of his brother, who also died in World War I. So when you look at these two graves, you're not only thinking of the soldiers that died, but you're thinking of the families at home that received the news that two members of the family had died in the same war and probably in the same battles. So we know we're also having a wreath this year up on the Cashmere Hills at the regimental ceremony on Victoria Park. And that's it.
Thanks, Karen. Melanie. That is also a very good report and informative for all councillors, I'm sure. Just and I just want to comment briefly about the great work that's been done around the new the Hoon Hay Community Centre, and having been a children's library, it's getting excellent results in terms of community development. I just want to ask you about your comments about the loss of a school pool, and you recall, Carolyn, that the teaching staff's concern was that all children learn to swim. And just perhaps some suggestions that you might have for us, either you as a board, as to how we direct that, and public transport might be one, but other ways perhaps that we support kids getting to Pioneer Centre.
You're quite right. The Board of Trustees raised with great concern, not so much about the cost of entering the pool, though that for a school like theirs is a major concern. Going to Pioneer, I mean, for lessons. But they raised specifically the issue of transporting kids to swimming pools. And it costs $2.60 a kid, as well as on top of entry into the pool. And I think this is worthy of some discussion amongst ourselves about how we work that. As it happened, while we were talking, we realised that we could probably get those kids to school from their new location to Pioneer, believe it or not, on public transport on buses. Just for once, the buses may appear to be going the right way. But that doesn't stop the problem for everybody else who hasn't got a school pool anymore, who are trying to get their children into school, into swimming lessons because of safety. Because it's a New Zealand right to grow up knowing how to swim. And I think this is an issue that it would be really worthwhile if the council could be discussing this with the other agencies that may be involved, including the Ministry of Ed. And thank you for raising that, Phil.
I looked at the map, and Spraden is really close to Manning, and the pool's there and it's a great pool. So have you talked to the ministry about actually just leaving the pool there and actually being able to turn it into a bit of a community?
Well, we
project?
haven't, but we have always been told that school goes straight to Ngāi Tahu, and we can see a real issue there. That school was in almost a dangerous location. People coming off Curlitz Road and the motorway, in other words, are coming down down Lincoln Road and Horsford Road, which is increasingly busy, and and the parents were increasingly finding themselves too hard to park to drop their kids off, and even too hard to get their kids to school. We gave a community award 3 or 4 years ago to the bloke who got the kids across that road there, because it's so dangerous they couldn't possibly have done without him getting the kids across the road. And so I'm not sure that the location would be an appropriate one to retain a pool. It's a point, and I think we should raise it, and you're dead right, Yanni, but I can see it going straight to Ngāi Tahu, and maybe housing and maybe motorway development.
Maybe talk to Ngāi Tahu? Or?
Yeah, that's right.
I think Carolyn's raised the single most important point, which is if we feel it's too dangerous to have a school there, why would you have a pool there when kids at times will try and get there on their own? There's, the Curlitz Road, Lincoln Road, and under Horswell, etc. It is absolutely just, it's getting worse and worse, or busier and busier. So to have a pool on its own, I just don't see it.
Okay. 4 community boards that I'm aware of have now made comment about the slowness of getting speed restriction signs outside schools. It seems to me a really basic, sensible thing that they would all have. Have you made submission? Obviously we're not doing enough of them each year. Have you made submissions in your board's submissions on the annual plan regarding this?
We had a discussion about the annual plan yesterday, and we haven't written it yet, but we are in the process of writing it, and it will be in there. I also wrote to the other community board chairs at the time of the initial discussions about the annual plan in-house here. I wrote to all the other community board chairs and asked if we wanted to put this on the top of all our priority lists, because I do think it's an extraordinary issue. There is some concern that some schools actually don't want them, but in the main, our schools not only want those things, but they also very much want, the comments that were made to us were about the safer travel.
Totally get that, yeah.
Team, and the ones we didn't know about, and that they had remarkably good discussions with them. Notwithstanding that, as you say, Vicky, it was still top of their poll, every one of them.
So just for your information, there are only 3 planned each year in the annual plan. Obviously that's got to at least double. So just in terms of, if you want to know what.
Yes, glad to be on your bandwagon on that, Vicky.
So you would like to move it, seconded by Phil. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Wait, we've got your part A. New Lease Huntsbury Community. Does Tim would like to move that, Phil would like to second that. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried.
Thank you.
Banks Peninsula Community Board.
Thank you. That sounds very high. Where's the...
Perhaps if you do your presentation first and then we'll come to the Littleton Historical Museum Society.
Okay.
If that's okay. Oh, no, you've started on it, far away.
So I'll make note that it's the photo of the site that the Historical Museum would like gifted. So, do you want me to speak to that a bit more? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's very strong support in the community for the museum going into that site, particularly because there's a lot of foot traffic. It's right next to the new library. It's across the road from Civic Square. It's just a perfect location, everyone believes. So the other thing I mentioned earlier on was I have never seen a committee so dedicated to this project. There's a lot of skill there, very fortunate. They've looked at several sites in Littleton and this is the one that they've come up with, so let's hope that it goes ahead. Thank you.
Very good.
Echo treated wastewater, I feel like we've done this one to death, but pleased to say that we had a final meeting in March of the working party where all the objectives were completed. The joint statement was issued and it was received at Community Board on Monday at our meeting, and it will be coming to Council to be received on the 11th of May. So I really would like to mention the staff in the process. They really worked tirelessly to get all the information out to us. The meetings were very tightly scheduled to get through because we had such a small window to get that completed. Yes, I really like to commend the work that they were doing. We were sometimes meeting in the weekend. They had all the reports there ready for us, with about 2 days' notice, so it was absolutely wonderful. So I really would like to commend the staff on that. Banks Peninsula bus trip. It was a wonderful day to get around and have a look at all the things that are happening on the peninsula. It was great to have the support of all the technical staff. We were joined by Councillor Swiggs and Councillor Sarah. I know your second name. It was just a great day out, and the photo there is of the community hall at Birdling's Fleet, which is to be opened in June, and they're absolutely thrilled with that space. They have a wonderful view, it looks straight out into the sea, so I'm sure they'll be very happy. Littleton Library is open again, absolutely wonderful. As you can see, the change from how it was with the pink to the new colour. Once again, we had a working party that helped with the relocation of the library. I'm sure that you've all heard that the Littleton community were not happy about just having the van coming to visit once a week, so there was an outcry. We had a community meeting, and as a result of that we set up a working party, and from that the library was relocated into Trinity Hall at the Rec Centre, which worked really well. The thing that amazed me about the community, they didn't just say what they wanted, they actually helped in that process. They set up parties to cart the books up and down the hill, and they're absolutely huge help. Obviously the library in Littleton's one of really important hub for people, so we're really thrilled with that whole process. I think there's another photo coming up, is there?
Oh, that was it.
Oh yeah, there it goes there. So it was opened in March, and obviously Andrew was there to help with that, those proceedings, and that's just an idea of the inside. The service centre is now located in the library too, which seems to be working well. Stoddart Cottage will be reopening next Wednesday. Diamond Harbour community are really looking forward to the reopening of the cottage. I heard, I think it was Paula say that it just hasn't been right with it being closed since the earthquakes, and I think something like that, such part of the history needs to be opened, and it looks lovely, so we're looking forward to attending the opening next week. I think you're opening it, aren't you, Andrew? The Youth Mardi Gras was a huge success in the community. This was in partnership with Qtopia. It was well attended. I think Councillor Swiggs, you came to that as well to support the Mardi Gras. A lot of family at the Mardi Gras, different items, bands playing, and there was support for young people in general. So this was part of the Youth Pride Week, so I anticipate that the community will continue to do those each year, with it being such a good success. This is just a photo of the Littleton Design Review panel, who had their first meeting in March to discuss the marina, the new marina Tiana that's going in down in the port. I've had feedback that from that the committee members are really thrilled with the makeup of that committee, and it sounds like they're going to do some good work in the community for the board. And finally, annual plan, we held 4 meetings across the peninsula. There were a small turnout at each one of the meetings, but it was a good opportunity just to engage with the people that did come along, just to get their ideas and get some priorities for our board plans and obviously for the long-term plan. So that's that. Thank you.
Andrew, you'd like to move that? I'd like a seconder first. Tim? Vicky, Yanni, Aaron? Just the Akara wastewater scheme, you said a report was coming back. Have you decided on a preferred location?
There's a joint statement, so it has been narrowed down to, there's a few in that joint statement that you'll get an opportunity to have a look at.
Narrowed down to...
There hasn't been a decision by us. I don't think that was really...
It wasn't their function?
No, it wasn't our function. It was just to have a look at all the sites that are being suggested and put that in the statement.
And reflect, yeah. Yanni?
For the report, obviously, just to acknowledge the passing of Dawn Cotter.
Yes.
And don't know if you just wanted to add anything. I mean, I was really fortunate to go to her tangi at Rapaki Marae, and quite an amazing woman and a huge contribution to the local community, but also to the city in terms of Māori relationships, and I thought that was quite important. So I don't know if you'd like to just...
Oh yes, no, thank you. It was a bit remiss of me. I know that it was, Lee mentioned it last week at council, but yes, it was a well-attended tangi. Yanni, Andrew, myself were there, and Ange Olive, former community board member. Dawn did a huge amount of work. The family spoke at the tangi and said they'd never realised just how much work she did do. In fact, the son went as far as saying he thought that she was a bit thick at times because she didn't really say a lot, and he meant that in the most loving way, because obviously. But also, the people of Rapaki did speak about how she actually helped from a cultural perspective in her work for our community board to bring the culture into the council environment, and she just did it in a very quiet way. So that was acknowledged, and I have to agree with that. I was very fortunate. I've been a very good family friend of Dawn's, or her daughter, and spent a lot of time with Dawn, and she was just a quiet, tireless worker in the background, and she will sorely be missed from Rapaki. So yes, it was lovely to see you there, and like I say, it was well attended and huge amount of respect for her. So thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, it was just a follow-on suggestion from seeing the Mardi Gras alive and well in Littleton,
Yes.
that when we eventually get the cruise ship terminal, that the opening of the cruise ship terminal was actually the Mardi Gras that year. I think the fit would go really well, and it could be a really fun, different way to do it. But it was just a light conversation I'd had with Dion, and a great way to have a party on a cruise ship terminal.
Oh, absolutely. I think it would be wonderful. I think it was very well done, Mardi Gras. It was just introduced, just subtly into the community, but it was done well, and it was well received. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And if you could stay there, and we'll move on to the Littleton Historical Museum Society. Today we added in 35 because 35 it dropped off. Would you like to move this? I'd love to move that. Yep. Andrew, seconded by Phil. Is there any discussion about it? Yeah, Andrew?
So the report's reasonably clear as to what's required, but what we've got here, and Christine alluded to this in her commentary, a really well-resourced group. They've done a huge amount of work, having lost the original museum building as a result of the earthquakes. I've done a huge amount of work in the meantime, cataloguing the whole collection, obviously planning the next stages to get to the point of the resolution that's in front of us today, and really taking a very well thought out strategic approach to the future of the museum. So what we've got in front of us here is not only an opportunity for the Littleton Museum to be reinstated, but an opportunity for a brand new community-owned building to be built on London Street in Littleton in partnership with the council. The proposal obviously is that we would gift the land. The building will be built with funds raised by the Museum Society and held by the Museum Society. And I think there's something quite resonating about the fact that the first new building built on Littleton's main street would be a community-owned building. I was at the meeting of the Museum Society where they made the decision to pursue this particular option, and it's fair to say that the meeting that was held at the local church was attended by more than what you would think of as the museum community. There's a really strong interest across the whole of the Littleton community in this project going ahead, and it was great to see Littleton in all its colours at that meeting supporting the Museum Society in making their decision and starting to look forward to this project actually coming to fruition on London Street. So I'm hugely encouraged by this. I think the group is very capable of delivering on the project. I'm very aware of the huge amount of work that's gone into it so far, and would love to see this progress to the next stage. So certainly would hope that my colleagues would support this today.
Very good, Tim.
Thank you, and I do support it. I just want to make sure that on behalf of all the ratepayers when we gift land, that in 6.5, if things did go wrong, and we all hope that they don't, that once liability expenses have been cleared, will be vested jointly with the Christchurch City Council and Canterbury Museum. Now the buildings and the land would come back to the council, but if at the point where the liabilities are in excess of the land and the buildings, there would be an issue there. So I'm presuming that our property team or the gifting, there would be an agreement there that would ensure that that would not happen. So I'm just wanting to I'm just crossing the T's and dotting the I's, that's all. But we do have to be responsible for all the ratepayers of Christchurch.
We had moved into debate, so not questions. So yeah, but I mean we're supporting in principle going out for consultation. So I think that all those questions will be answered by the time. I mean, it makes it clear about the land coming back if that occurred. I know, but I think if staff could take a note that we'll be wanting to know the answer to that question. Yanni?
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this. I just wanted to, again, just I guess make a bit of a note that we have seen some community groups try and project manage new builds. Things can get out of hand quite quickly, and through no fault of their own. But I think one of the really positive things we did with Mount Pleasant is we provided some project management expertise from a council point of view that I think really helped that group. And again, I'm not saying that this group would need that, but I think if the offer could be made or indicated, I think that would be a good thing to do, just because I think, often people don't know what they don't know, and particularly for building a new building, it can be quite complex. So just wondered, I guess, just encouragement, to the community board or to council staff, if there was an opportunity to provide that support, then I think that would be really useful. The second comment I guess I just wanted to make was just around the importance of our cultural well-being, and I think actually telling the story, and particularly around the port and around Littleton, it's just such a fantastic story, and I think it is those things that we need. And it's heartening to see that in Sumner we've also got the Sumner Redcliffe Historic Society having a museum space in the new build there. So I think it's really important that we do support this facility and this building. And then just the final thing, just again a kind of a lesson learned from previously, but it would be really good when the consultation happens, we could just consult on the square piece of land, but actually, if there was a design that was able to be accompanied, it just helps the public when they make submissions, if there is any issues, that they can see clearly what's being proposed. And again, we've got Kerry 2 coming back to us today. One of the issues there was the absence of detailed design or a detailed plan. It made it really hard for the community to give feedback because there were so many unknowns, and again, we're coming back to that decision now. So if it can be done, that there can be some sort of design in the consultation, I think that would be really helpful. But very supportive of this.
Very good. All right. So, but as I say, this is going out for consultation, so I think staff have made a note that that would be something to report back on as well, in terms of whether the organisation needs project management assistance if the agreement is made to transfer the land. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, Peninsula Community. Oh, we've done you. Coastal Bearwood.
Morning, everybody.
Good
Great
morning.
to be here.
Good afternoon.
Tim Sintis along, our Deputy Chair of the board there. But the presentations from the Community Board have been absolutely amazing. Fantastic, great teamwork. Community Boards are leading the way, so come on, Council. There's a wee bit to do there when it comes to pictures.
I'm going to expect all the committees to follow suit.
Do the same. That's good to hear. We've got no Part A's to report in this report, so that's there. I'd like to highlight a few things here. Decisions made, as you can see on the report, just a couple of things I'll highlight. One is the Lake Terrace Horseshoe Lake Reserve. There was a car park there that's totally munted. Sorry, we haven't got a picture for you. You can hardly get into it, let alone get out of it. So we've met with staff and had a site meeting, and so we've given the go-ahead as a community board to put the car parking onto the other side where the old dog park used to be. There was also part of that resolution, there was staff had requested that a little footbridge be removed and sidetracked. So we've actually, as a board, decided that needed to go out to community consultation, that part of it, because these little assets are quite important to community, so we just want to make sure that we made the right decision on that little footbridge there. As part of that, another thing that we attended and got approval to go, Tim Sintis, David East, myself, was the Coastal Diverse Coastal Environment Seminar, which was really good, or the free community one at night. And one of the speakers that they had there was Jim Darm, and we were actually really surprised and encouraged by him, because at one point they put a picture up. We've got a lot of dunes in that area, so it was really informative for us to be there. And one of the pictures they put up was of a house, and the sand dune had virtually a third of the house at the front had all disappeared, and you could hear the whole room go gasp. But he actually just said that's not a problem, and then he showed us the next few years and how they had worked with that and restored that. So it was really encouraging and very refreshing to see how they approached some solutions there. The other thing that I'd like to, the significant projects and initiatives that we have in New Brighton, the New Brighton Regeneration, so Development Christchurch are now are underway with the design of the beach playground and the whale pool. As you can see there, that much loved whale pool, and they're aiming for the completion of that by the summer. And the community are really going to be involved in the concept designs. They've already had a place-based workshop last week with some key stakeholders and the community, so that was really good. And so they are still able to provide feedback, and they will be getting things underway in the next couple of months. Really important to keep the community involved and informed on that. So alongside that, as you know, Development Christchurch are working on the implementation plan for the commercial core and incorporating the key elements of the New Brighton Master Plan. So a lot of work has been done, as you know, behind the scenes. We've been sort of saying that it's a little bit like you look at the picture of an iceberg, the community are able to see the sort of tip of it, but there's a lot of work actually going on underneath the ground. So we do, as a community board, very much appreciate that and are very grateful. A progress update, the South Brighton Jetty, last time we came that was on the agenda, so at the moment as we speak it is being deconstructed and reconstructed, And there's even going to be a little fancy floating plastic pontoon at the end of it, which is going to rise and fall with the tide, and that's expected to be completed by July. Also, a little bit of a progress update on the South Brighton Boardwalk. It was mentioned last time that possibly the student army, volunteer army could get involved, but the council project team have been working really hard on this to keep the costs down and to meet the community expectations and their desires. And so we've had a wee bit of an update that they've indicated that there could be a possibility that it could be repaired. So, I mean, we were expecting that report on the 1st of May, so it could become a really good outcome for the community, that one there. We have the regeneration. Christchurch have been, as you know, doing a huge amount of consultation in the community around the Otakara Avon River corridor, and so they've had engagement days, and the latest one that they had was a community day at Haiata Community College, and there was about 600 people that fed into that, so that was outstanding there. And this next issue there, as you can see up on the screen, the South Shore, we put it in red and bold because just alerting the South Shore and South Brighton, but we had the South Shore Residents Association come and do a deputation to us on the 20th of March, and it's another significant community issue, and this community has been through so much with the lack of protection on the estuary edge, and you were sort of thinking that, you know, regardless of the circumstances they've been in, they've all gathered together and come up with a solution. Now that really is resilience as far as I'm concerned. This community has just been outstanding in their consultation. So they've put a proposal together, got on board OSL consultants, and they have come up with a proposal for the estuary edge there, and the South Shore Residents Association have put this report together, and they letterbox dropped the entire South Shore and with an explanation and report and got feedback. They had 348 come back, and 343 of that were in favour of this actual report. They also door knocked those that hadn't come back. They were just making sure they covered everything. They had community meetings, and they also had a drop-in centre. And what they found, and what is unique about this proposal, is that it has catered for and has brought agreement across varying environmental desires, and that's really something that is a great outcome. It's community-led, so we listened to this at our community board and are totally wanting to support South Shore residents wherever we can, and so the board has called for staff to organise a workshop between Regenerate Christchurch, OSL consultants, this council staff and the South Shore Residents Association to see how we can help this community progress with this rather major issue, because they live with it on a daily basis. So really good to have them come and ask for our support there. Again, we are working on our board plan. We had a really good few hours last night working on that, so we're making progress there. Of course, significant matters of interest. We've got the annual plan, and of course, as you know, the hot saltwater pools are hot at the moment, and the community board and the community are very eager to see that the budget there confirmed in the annual plan. It was actually, both of them were really well attended. We were very glad. I think pizza really helped, so that was a good thing.
Pizza helped.
The other thing we've got here, bring to your attention, is the Q2 Park Management. We've got the Q2 Recreational Sports getting underway now, as you know, and so therefore the staff are preparing a draft framework for the development of a management plan around the rest of the Q2 site, which is really important, seeing we've had the sale and purchase agreement signed by the Ministry of Education. This will also obviously include the proposal for how the funds for the sale will be managed. So the board is going to have, the staff are going to come back to the board, and we're going to have a workshop on that and go from there. It's very important to see the whole picture. The other thing that's important to us is the development of the civil defence emergency plans. Now that we have the review of the tsunami evacuation, that was an important document for us to have to help feed into what we do. So we're going to meet with civil defence with that and other information that we have, and start that process in the next coming weeks. Community events, well, of course, as you know, we've had a huge amount. I said them all last time. The Polyfest one was absolutely outstanding. Several thousand competitors were in there, as you can see up the top. It was outstanding. We also had the Surf Life Saving Nationals down our area, and on the next one. You can see there, should have put your name on it, Aaron, because apparently you didn't want to be on the surfboard last time, you want to actually be in the surf canoe, so you're actually on that picture. And that was a really good event, so just fantastic to see, you know, the area buzzing, and also, unfortunately for the Ray White Surf Festival, the weather wasn't so good, but the atmosphere and the event actually made up for the weather, so that wasn't a problem. The only thing that, a casualty of that, was the youth jam event, which was a shame that couldn't go ahead because of the weather, so that was a shame. The next picture that we have here, we have the tiny huts. Now look at that, isn't that a romantic spot? Who wouldn't want to go and visit that? So, I'd like to see you there.
They proposed to my wife on that. Yeah.
Did you now?
That's how romantic it is.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Could be. That'd be something that could be.
We can.
Could be offered. Yeah, so so what we've got that up there for. What we've got that up there for is that the community have been asked by council as to what they wanted to have done with the 5 tiny huts, and the community spoke and said they'd like them to remain. So that was very exciting for us there. So there's another 4 dotted around New Brighton, which you can come and visit and climb and touch and do all sorts of things with. The other thing, we've got a few pictures up here. The other few things we've got on just down the bottom there is this weekend the Bridge Building Community Trust there that you very generously donated your $325,000 to had an amazing painting day on the side of the building. So that's not the actual picture, but it's very much like that. So it's that, as they said on their website, Facebook page, they're saying putting some more love into the Bridge Building. So it's being really well looked after and really appreciated there. We also have the Ray White Easter Carnival coming up this weekend, and Easter Bunny's going to be there, so why wouldn't you want to be there? And they're going to have an Easter egg hunt. Great to see these things. And also at the market, Seaside Market, because we have that every Saturday, come down and have a look, 10 till 2, and there's going to be a bubble day. Yep, got some bubbles up there, so that's going to be a lot of fun for the kids there. And we also have the bus tour. Now we keep postponing that because we want to create more momentum and anticipation. So we would love to see you there on the 22nd of May. So, and I think that's us. Thank you.
Excellent. So I presume that Councillor Easter and Councillor Livingston would like to move and second it. Are there any questions? Yanni?
Kiwi too, you just talked about a management plan.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a spatial plan that's been developed as well so that we can see how everything can fit in place?
That's a really good question, and I'd have to ask that of possibly John. Yeah, thank you. I don't know the answer. Sorry, Yanni.
John?
Yes, we'll include that.
Cool. And when are we likely to see that?
This will be discussed with the board, and the board will agree a time frame, and we'll meet that. So it's really board-led.
As soon as possible.
So as soon as you've received that report, we'll find it coming through in this report. I mean, I made the comment to someone else that it's really good to have these reporting processes because it just brings us up to speed.
Absolutely.
On what's going on. So that's great, John.
Thank you,
Good news. Phil?
Thanks very much, Kim. Can I just, you mentioned the different projects along South Shore in New Brighton. So, and that it's really great, they're being done. The area which was red zone, and I understand Regeneration Christchurch are attending to, is that work that they're doing all being joined up with the other work that's being done by our council and you people are involved?
Great question, thank you. I'm going to hand over to Tim to answer that.
Well, thanks, Phil. Yes, Bill Simpson from the Chairman of the Resident Association and myself are working with Regenerate, and we've discussed plans that we've had shown to us by Gary Tier from OSAL. So we are actually at the moment working with them.
Thanks, Tim. We've been one coastline. There's clearly the different processes will impact.
Yeah, there's a big help having Regenerate, but obviously urgency is always the big question. So, but they're doing what they have to do. So, see what happens.
Well, I think the regeneration process offers great opportunities for actually engaging the community, and it sounds like a lot of the engagements already happen, and that'll help feed into the process. So I think it's a great model.
Yeah, no, agreed. It's very good. It's our best hope.
Yep. Good. Glenn.
Thank you, and I think there's a sense in which that, the regeneration as far as the use of the red zone is already happening. So the formal planning may be yet to be put in place, but there's a sense in which the whole area is kind of being bid, if you like. So we've had two big events on the corner of Loxley, New Brighton Road, and with the stop bank work, the temporary work underway at the moment, there's going to be a temporary cycle public walkway on top. So that's already underway.
Yeah.
I did actually forget to say, sorry, I had written down here that the board have actually called for a workshop with Regen, ourselves, council staff, and Gary Tier. So did I say that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting that you would add the Ihutai trust to that, so that you make sure you've got a real flavour of the ambition for Ramsar status in the estuary, and also the estuary edge master plan, because it's got to work with that. It looks fine to me, but I'm not an expert, and David.
Thank you. Look, I'd just like to add my commendation to the work that the South Shore community have done in progressing their own plan on how they feel the estuary edge down there should evolve, and I believe the cooperation going forward with Regenerate will bring a great outcome there. It's been quite interesting in our community, the amount of community participation or intention of participation in a number of projects, particularly the likes of the boardwalk restoration, where we've had a lot of community interest in being involved. The Student Army have expressed an interest in being involved. And Kim touched on the sand dune restoration conference that was held in New Brighton recently with the coastal engineer Jim Darm, who's done a lot of work in the Coromandel. And the message that came out from him very clear, he'd done a lot of restorative work up there, but the underlying message was that you had to take the community with you when you were working on these projects, and so many of them had come to fruition with great result because a plan had been evolved that involved the community, not only in the discussion about how it may eventuate, but at the end part of it there were a lot of works that would be undertaken, particularly plantings, and having the community buy in the first place led to a great community participation in the end part of the process, which then meant that the community actually owned the project, and it gained a lot more traction. So looking forward to a lot of that sort of engagement and cooperation in some of the projects that need to be undertaken in the South Shore, South New Brighton area.
Very good. I did actually wonder myself whether part of the good attendance at your engagements around the annual plan hadn't just been sparked off by pizza, but by perhaps a misunderstanding about the consultation on the hot salt water pools. I read Facebook pages from time to time, and there was certainly a view that came through from a small group of people that somehow this was revisiting a decision that had already been made. The decision we'd made was to put $5 million on the budget, but that's not enough to build the hot salt water pools. We hoped that we could bring in sponsorship, external support, partnership, private sector, and it hasn't happened. But in order to make New Brighton the destination that it has to be at the end of that journey from the city to the sea, it requires investment. So that's what we're consulting on. We're obliged to. Actually, we want to. I presented on the West recently, and I said I want you to support what we want to do in the East, and we have to get community support for that. So I don't want people to be angry or frustrated or anything like this. This is an opportunity that I believe is a gift of the earthquakes, and we've got to take advantage of it.
Absolutely, thank you, Leanne. Yeah.
Anyway, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Great work. And poor old David, this is the last time you'll be last, I promise. Well, until the next time. We are going to turn them around, and I've just been saying to Mary that what we'll do in the future is move the people that have no Part A's. We'll move them first, and we may even move the Chief Executive's report and the Mayor's report to the end of the community boards. But I mean, we kind of wanted them at the beginning so that everyone could hear. But you know, it does make for a long morning for people that have got busy lives.
Indeed. Thank you. Well, I'll take the report as read, just with 4 points to draw your attention to. Thank you, first of all, to Marianne and the team, and also from the Riccarton, Hornby, Hallswell area for the Culture Galore, very successful event about 3-4 weeks ago. We are doing consultation on the LTP, as would be expected, with a successful day at the Bishopdale supermarket the other day, where the points that are being raised are obviously their intersection in our ward, that's under discussion, and also around the annual general charge and how that's applied. And if it is at all updated, since it hasn't been done for a while, I believe. Good news story on the Lions Barbecue. You may recall from last meeting, there has been a location found in the Burnside Park, which is in agreement with the local Lions group, and they're very happy about that. So I believe that's their 100-year gift to the city for that particular club. And also, just you will see in the report, antisocial behaviour at Lake Rota, which is in behind the back of the airport. Significant amount of vandalising and damage to council property out there. We don't believe that we can, well, there's no record of anybody being trespassed out there by council enforcement, so it's something which we are wanting to sort of see. There's obviously it's a lot of ratepayers' money going into fixing fences and wasted time, staff time. Thank you.
I wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate this community board for the initiative of taking the annual plan out to supermarkets and malls. You know, what a brilliant way to engage the public in a process that perhaps they wouldn't otherwise get involved in. So I just wanted to give you big ups for that. That's fantastic.
Thank you, I'll pass that on.
Yeah, no, it's just a great move, and I'd encourage others to do the same. You don't need to wait to be invited to do this. You can just go ahead and do it as what you've proved, and really appreciate it. Glenn, Pauline and Andrew.
Thank you, David. Thank you. I've attended the March meetings over the proposed stock transfer. This is 8.2, page 263, including the one in Brindwa. And obviously when someone's security of tenure is threatened, there is anxiety as reported there. So I guess this is a wee heads up for the council. There will be, as you'd expect, a political expression of that in the coming weeks by various people in the community, and I guess my own view on it would be to ensure that there is local public ownership around housing. So there is a preference by many to ensure that the state keeps it in ownership, but if that transfer goes ahead, I think, we will need to ensure that it is kept in local public ownership. And you'll notice this is an issue that is definitely the forefront.
Our ward does have the second largest state housing in the city, a point which is often overlooked. And obviously it's been dealt with by central government, and it's in process, so as it goes on we'll keep monitoring it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yep, Pauline, Andrew, then Phil.
Yeah, look, my one is just taking the opportunity to ask you a question about the Bishopdale documentary project.
Yes.
So they obviously came to the board and
talked to you.
And I just want to ask you if you might be able to suggest something, and Rehua Marae, which is now in your jurisdiction, if they would be interested in having a look there, because I've been to I was lucky enough to hear Uncle Terry Ryan walk through the whare and actually explain in the most amazingly eloquent terminology the whole history of every meaning of all those weavings and things up there. And I would love that to be documented and recorded, and I think that would fit really well into what they're doing here. So I'm wondering if you may be able to
We can pass that on.
talk to them about that. He's getting on now, and someone needs to really move on getting him documented in that marae, because the history of that marae with the original Māori apprenticeship programs
Yeah,
and
it's
things.
fantastic story.
You know, I'd love to see that recorded, and I'd love to see him recorded live doing that, because he's absolutely spellbinding to listen to.
I can see Mary Ann nodding, so
Yeah.
it will be done.
Thank you.
It's, can I just slip in here, and I'm sorry to do this because I can, is that the multicultural strategy is going to be launched at Rehua Marae on the 13th of May in the morning, so you'll all get your invitations. I've just signed off on them recently. And but it was going to be at Ngāhau Whā for a number of reasons, but the Four Winds represents very well the multicultural strategy. But it's going under a restoration at the moment, so there's a lot of work going on there, so it's not available. But Rehua tells another story, which is about Māori trade training and bringing Māori from other parts of New Zealand. So in fact it tells a very similar story, but it's it might be an opportunity for colleagues to engage with the marae in the context of the release of the multicultural strategy. Just a free advertisement that I had. Andrew and then Phil.
Thank you. Good to see the piece in here at 6.5 on the Bishopdale Men's Shed. I'm familiar with the Men's Shed from the work that they did creating the social housing planter boxes. Caught up with a number of members of this group at the various social housing openings over the last couple of years. And I'm a big supporter of Men's Sheds, not only for what they do creatively, but what they also do socially. Good to see that they've managed to resolve their accommodation issue. Has that move now taken place?
I don't believe it has. It's part of the new library. No, it will.
No, they're in Kendall Scouting
So
now.
they've already moved?
Yes, they have. And
That's
they've fitted
really
it
good
out.
news.
It's fantastic. Go and
Excellent.
visit them.
Thank you.
Yep, Phil.
My question's also about the success of the men's shed at Bishopdale, and also though I'm aware, like Andrew, there's a number of men's sheds in different parts of the city, and clearly there are a community development where blokes want to establish men's sheds, and it's great. It's just how, in fact, can we sort of how can council support filling the gaps really, where there's a lot of areas where we don't have them, and yet there would be blokes who might go along. Have you got any suggestions, perhaps Miriam too, as to how council might further support the
Yeah, it's
development?
probably a question best directed to the Men's Shed. I mean, we can do what we can to help them, but their long-term growth strategy is probably best answered by them.
Yes.
Yep.
Very good. All right. Well, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Oh, did I not have a mover and a seconder?
No.
Sorry, Jamie and Aaron. Yes? Good.
Thank you very much. Happy Easter to everybody.
Thank you. The next one is the Innovation and Sustainable Development Committee recommendation to Council.
Can we just take time in terms of lunch break?
Eh?
Is there any time where?
Yeah, 1 o'clock. Sorry, did I not say that?
I didn't.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. Yeah, we'll stop for lunch at 1 o'clock. And unless we've got a chance of getting through to PX, which would be my preference. Do we? Oh, okay. Apparently standing order says we have to stop for 10 minutes at 1 o'clock anyway, so we might as well stop for lunch. So the question is well, depending on how far we get to, I'll tell you whether it's a half-hour lunch break or a 3/4 of an hour lunch break. I'm happy to call it as a 3/4 of an hour one now, so we start again at 1:45. Okay, sorry, I thought I'd said that this morning and I apologise. 1 o'clock till 1:45. Thank you. If we'd made better progress, it would have been till 2 o'clock. So, Vicky, you are happy to move this?
I'm very happy to move it. This came to the last council meeting last week. It came out of order in that there was a request from the Development Forum for some limits to be placed on the total levy by catchment, and so this takes this into account. It still comes back to us in May, and Gavin can answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, and Jamie would like to second it. You've got questions? Yanni?
Yeah, so the committee didn't make any change to the original policy around the whole issue of the peninsula?
The committee allowed for a cap on the catchment to be enabled, which was what came through from the Development Forum. This is not the final, we get to see this yet again. It comes back to us in May. So it incorporated the changes that were sought by the Development Forum.
Right, I'm just trying to understand what, it would be really useful if staff could just explain what the impact is of that in terms of the policy.
The issue of the cap came up as a result of the possible impact of going to catchments for water and wastewater, and in particular the impact that might have on Banks Peninsula development contributions. And the Development Forum suggested that having the council able to apply a cap if one of those figures was unrealistically high might be a good thing for the council to have, or be able to invoke.
So what's the proposed cap?
There is no proposed cap. It's just an ability to cap if the council considers that the figure is high enough that it will have consequences that the council doesn't want to see happen. So if it is, for example, seen as a detriment to development, the council may decide to impose a cap at a certain rate. There is no prescribed or intended prescribed rate to cap, but it would be a decision on a case-by-case basis for the council to make.
And sorry, just so I'm clear, so if you cap it, you effectively put a higher charge across other catchments or to the ratepayer?
No, you can't put a charge across other catchments, but they would be, the difference would need to be funded from the rates component.
Okay.
So it would effectively become what they call unallocated in the division of cost. So you have your growth, your renewals, your increase in level of service, and your unallocated, so that it would effectively become unallocated.
Okay. I mean, it just seems to me a lot of uncertainty about what transfer of costs we're putting on.
There is, and it's an unfortunate consequence of needing to go to catchments, but that's a direction the government have given quite clearly through the Local Government Act, and one that we are looking to further give effect to.
It's always going to be an issue for the Banks Peninsula, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, Tim?
So if we put a cap on, because we have issues obviously in Banks Peninsula with water and wastewater, so are you saying that if we put a cap on the on this, then there would be a targeted rate in this area to make up for it?
No.
So therefore there is a cost to the ratepayers of Christchurch, because irrelevant of where it goes in our budgets, the budgets are always paid by the ratepayers of Christchurch, isn't it?
We have a targeted rate for water and wastewater that is targeted to all properties able to connect to a council service. So that's correct. It would be funded by those ratepayers that get that particular service that you've capped, across the district, because it would become as if it was unfunded.
So therefore, if it is in that particular catchment, which would be Banks Peninsula, therefore the rates would be then higher because of the cap on the development contribution, which we're talking about here, or possibly talking about here.
No, because you don't have a geographic targeted rate for those services. So regardless of where you are in the district, you pay the same for water, wastewater, based on your capital value.
So district meaning whether you're in Burwood, Fendalton, Cashmere or Pigeon Bay or whatever.
Yep.
Although the costs could be higher in certain areas.
Correct.
So so therefore it is actually being paid for by everybody. Just on 6.8, the fourth point, at the end of point 4, Littleton Harbour could potentially be included in a southern suburban catchment when infrastructure modifications linking the Littleton wastewater network with Christchurch are confirmed. With regards to our budgets, etc., because what's the time frame to that, or is there a time frame?
I don't know. You would need to ask someone from the assets area about.
But it is being used as a point, isn't it? So
it's there to alert you to the fact that at some point we may need to change the catchment for Littleton, or we may look at changing it now to preempt that happening later on.
I guess we would, in that information, we would need to know the odds of that happening, the reality of it in the time frame.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
My understanding is that planning for that Littleton wastewater change is reasonably well progressed. The consenting issue that we thought there might be has turned out not to be the problem that we perhaps thought it could be. So plans are well underway for that to be rolled out, and it's worth noting that that Littleton wastewater scheme actually takes in Diamond Harbour and Governor's Bay as well, so it's not just Littleton that we're talking about. But where we've got to here really is the difference between the cost of provision of these type of services to rural areas versus the cost of provision to established urban areas such as Littleton. And I mean, one of the ways I thought we might get through that would be by way of subcatchments within what is actually a huge geographical catchment of the whole of Banks Peninsula, an area bigger than the rest of the city put together. So urban Littleton paying for Akaroa wastewater treatment, Wainui wastewater treatment, whatever it may be. Geographically, Littleton's as far away from Akaroa as Sumner would be away from Harewood, for argument's sake. So it's because of the size of the single catchment. From a process point of view, clearly that hasn't been raised to date, and we've raised this issue of Littleton potentially for wastewater purposes going with the rest of the city. But are we really now, from a process point of view, relying on this being picked up through the consultation process to make changes? Because I still remain a little bit uncomfortable that we're going out with a document for consultation which is inherently unfair to people that are in urban areas of Banks Peninsula.
The catchments, we're still working on the most appropriate way to treat the catchments in Banks Peninsula, but you're quite right, we wouldn't be looking to have a single catchment for Banks Peninsula for water or wastewater. And we'll come back with a draft policy that proposes an approach to catchments that you can debate at that time.
So that's not what we're going out for consultation to the community with?
All this report is asking you for is the agreement for us to look at an approach to catchments.
Yeah,
for water and wastewater.
Some of the feedback that we might expect from the peninsula would feed into the piece of work that you're talking about.
At this stage, it'll be more of a, I guess, a desktop exercise, but we will be looking to make it as fair and as clear as possible so that when the council receives a draft policy, you're able to clearly see something that is able to be presented to the people of Banks Peninsula that looks as, rational and defendable.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Noting where we're at in the process, that makes some sense. Thank you.
Very good. I'll put that motion. Sorry?
That's separate, though.
What?
And also, I'm just trying to, again, understand the amendment around the cap, where that's fitting in, because I don't see it.
So we're going out for consultation, so why don't you just vote against it? It's much easier from the point of view that you oppose that going out to
because
consultation
I agree
in
with
the form that it is in.
No, I agree with the catchments. What I don't agree with is two specific things, which is the Central City contribution rebate continuing and the cap.
Right, okay.
But I don't know where the cap is recorded.
All right, so can you move an amendment, which is to remove item 5 and to remove which one?
1.
Includes provision for the council to cap a development contribution.
Right, okay.
So Yanni probably just wants 1 and 5 put separately. Okay.
Yeah, there's probably not a need for an amendment. If he doesn't agree with it, he can just vote against that.
Yeah, well, 5, I'm happy to move that, that the Central City Development Contribution Rebate Screen is withdrawn.
No, you can't.
From a matter of process,
You're amending
we've got a
it by
substantive
deleting
motion of it, so
5.
he'd be
I mean,
voting
I can do it 2 ways. One is that you get a seconder and we put the amendment.
It's a direct negative.
Eh?
An amendment is a direct negative.
Okay, well, okay, so I'll just speak to it.
Well, I prefer 1 to be separated, so I don't
It's
mind.
fine.
Okay, look, all right, so I'm gonna go through them one at a time.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so number,
Wish to speak.
okay.
Cool. All right, just very quickly. I support the idea that we move to a catchment basis. I think the cost of providing infrastructure, particularly in greenfield development, where it's very expensive, the true cost of that development, I think, falling more on the people that are benefiting from it makes a lot of sense. And the reason that I'm opposed to the Central City contribution rebate is actually, I think, the use of ratepayers' money to fund that sort of development is not the right approach. The right approach, in my view, is to reduce the development contribution charges for developments in the Central City rather than to provide a subsidy and subsidise it to a more direct cost to those in the greenfield areas where the costly infrastructure is a huge burden. So if you think about the huge money being spent in terms of the peninsula on things like wastewater and water treatment, I think it's entirely appropriate that the people in those areas actually contribute to the cost of putting that infrastructure in. So I'm very concerned about a cap because I believe it puts an uncertainty on the financial situation that we're in, and I just think that that's not the right approach, and I think it makes it very hard on council staff because it will also open up, I think, a can of worms that many other people will come to us and say, I want a cap on my development charges because I don't think it's fair, and where does that end up? So personally, support the catchments, don't support ratepayers' money going into Central City developers. Would much rather see that subsidised through the catchment scheme rather than the way in which we're currently doing, noting that I think there's greater calls on ratepayers' funds in terms of other priorities, and noting that we're not putting ratepayer money into other things like, for example, provision of social housing. We've been very clear about that. So to me, the priority for number 5 is to look at the rates generally being reduced through that, withdrawing that scheme. So I will vote against it continuing.
Andrew?
In terms of item 1, if we put that in the context of Akaroa, I would encourage councillors to remember that a large amount of the burden which is placed on Akaroa, particularly on Akaroa's infrastructure, so water reticulation, wastewater reticulation, isn't just from the relatively small number of people that live there, it's also from the relatively large number of people that visit there. So not only local people visiting for day trips, not only local and regional people visiting for weekends, but large numbers of, at the moment, cruise ship passengers coming through, and we expect that to continue, and also large numbers of international visitors. That's one of the reasons why we need fit-for-purpose water reticulation and wastewater disposal in Akaroa, and there's an economic benefit not only to Akaroa, but to the city and the region from those visitors. So I think looking at Akaroa just in the context of the relatively small number of people that live there, and I give this just as an example, wouldn't be the correct approach. And also bearing in mind that 1 allows that to be considered doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we're going to do.
Jamie?
Okay, so just, I know Yanni's raised specifically 1 and 5. What I would say in relation to 1 is completely agree with everything that Andrew said, but this is really just giving our staff the ability to cap. It's to provide a tool to mitigate against the unintended consequences. So, and as for 5, I certainly don't support removing that. We made a commitment in August 2015 to do this. Our commitment was out until 2020 or until the fund is exhausted. It's tracking well. It's not exhausted yet. We've had 42 developments in the CBD that have fallen under this policy, with 6.3 million of the 10 million already committed. I'm glad we made this commitment because we actually showed that we were a council that had some commercial understanding and some commercial nous. We were told that by the property council that sent us a letter via the mayor that was very complimentary, saying that we're actually thinking proactively and outside of the square to really encourage something that we desperately needed. You only need to look at the likes of Nick G and John Bagan from the Verve development, which is an apartment complex on the oldest establishment site, where they said that if that policy didn't exist, the rebate scheme, they wouldn't have done it. They would have done the development in Auckland. That was the tipping point for them. Grant McKinnon, who is one of the most experienced residential developers in the city, said that it is the difference for his central city apartments starting with a 4 and not a 5. So something in the $400,000 region instead of the $500,000 region. It's not a handout to developers. It would be if there was one developer in Christchurch, but there's not. And because of commercial pressures, they're competing against each other, and the beneficiary is the residents of Christchurch. It's the potential homeowner. It's someone that's going to be buying a house because those savings are passed on just simply because of the competition. So not only does it benefit someone that's keen to buy a house, all the research suggests that if you want to have a city that thrives, Christchurch on the whole thriving, that you need to have a strong central city, and all that research also suggests that to do that, whilst there's no silver bullet, bringing residents in there and encouraging a residential population is the way to achieve that. So this is an incredibly what's the best word, elegant way to achieve it, because it's virtually cost neutral. And yes, this policy encourages development, but at the end of the day it benefits the consumer. And the way I see it as a win-win is really because we're putting our money where our mouth is and encouraging exactly what we want to happen. And by doing that, we increase the capital value. So it actually increases the council's rate take anyway. I'd far rather us be collecting rates on a brand new, beautiful central city residential development than a patch of dusty, twisted metal sitting in the central city. So it has worked. The Property Council of New Zealand has told us that it's worked. It's come from the horse's mouth, from the people that are actually on the ground doing it, telling us it's worked. Our staff have told us it works. The Development Forum has unanimously endorsed it. So I think it would be an incredibly poor move to backtrack on it. And from someone that's had a background in this industry, I can tell you that it does work. So I'm asking you to take my opinion over Yanni's on this and back it.
Okay, now look, item number 2 agrees to the preliminary amendments to the draft contribution policy. Item 5 simply notes something, which is why it's a kind of I'd rather capture who wants to vote against certain elements. So if I can take, so item 1, you'd like to, it doesn't matter? Okay. So item 1 you want to do separately? Okay. So can we record Yanni's vote against item 1 and item 5? Yep. Are there any others that people want to add into that? So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. So Yanni opposes items 1 and 5. Right. Yeah, so we're going to go to a break. Yeah, and we've got 2 items to complete prior to the public excluded session. One's the draft submission on Clean Water 2017. Are there lots of discussion that we want to have here? Because if we do, we'll get staff to come here. If we don't, then I suggest that we delegate it to a smaller group of councillors to sign off the final one. I'm thinking, you know, Sarah, no, not Vicky, Aaron, Sarah, Aaron, Mike,
Draft submission.
Dave, no,
Can this one be done?
Pauline,
Yeah.
and Phil. So put your hands up. So I move that we delegate the decision on the draft, on the submission on Clean Water 2017 to Sarah, Mike, Anne, Aaron, Phil and Pauline.
Great.
And no, it does, but it just enables you to be called together, and I think we'll have to have a quorum of, say, 3, otherwise it will be challenging. So I'll move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Dion.
I support that because Diane's reporting and her submissions are always incredibly robust.
Yeah.
And it's just actually just having a little bit of feedback and extra lenses.
It's easier to sit down, and if colleagues have got issues they particularly want raised, grab one of the members of the subcommittee. So I'll put that. Who was seconded? Dion, that's right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. So we'll come back at 2:15 and we'll deal with the memorial trees.
There'll be somebody here from the Ministry of Ed.
Oh, and there'll be someone here from the Ministry of Ed as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Do apologise for being 4 minutes late. The memorial trees, QE2 Park, and if staff could come to the table. That would be great. So, Dave, are you happy to move this?
Yes,
And I know that there'll be questions and you'll want to comment as well. And Glenn, are you happy to second it? Yep. Okay, so it's moved and seconded. So I'll open it up for questions to staff. Sarah? And I'm also very mindful of the fact that there are councillors that are new to council and haven't been part of the original decision, and therefore the paper looks a little bit empty in terms of some of the advice that we were given with the original
That's
decision.
what my question's around.
Yeah.
So the first time I'd heard the word memorial was with the title of the paper, but the paper itself didn't explain the reason that these trees were initially decided to be required trees. And is there some sort of memorial status, and is that affected, and is there anything we can do to contact people who might have been involved in that process?
Well, the term memorial more fits in keeping with the groupings of the trees, and some of those trees were planted over a number of years, but the main groupings or clusters were planted at the time of QE2 being established as a sports stadium for the games. It's not so much trees planted by individuals, so to speak. There are some within that, so it's a bit of a mixture.
Yeah, there are some that are specific and clearly identified, and we can contact those groups, but some are of a much more general memorials.
Yeah, but are those ones the ones that are affected here for this decision?
The 3 trees proposed to be removed, no, they're not memorial in terms of individuals or groups.
But they're part of a cluster?
Yes.
That was done, planted as a memorial?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's actually 3 significant memorials in QE2 Park. 2 of them sit right by the entrance to, the old entrance to the park. One of them commemorates the fact that the park was the venue for the 1974 Commonwealth Games. And the other one, the plaque, is actually off the rock at the moment. I believe it's in storage, needs to go back again. And to my reckoning, it actually commemorates that it was the original site of the New Brighton Trotting Club, going way back. There is a 3rd memorial that sits in the enclave of trees that are further in the park that were labelled trees that were desired to be retained. And under this proposal, half of them would be. And there's one plaque in there that commemorates the local residents group that planted a tree around about the Commonwealth Games time as well. Unfortunately, where the plaque is currently sited is beside a tree that will go, so I've had assurances that that plaque would be uplifted and repositioned in the remaining trees that are there.
Okay. I quite like the idea of memorial trees and memorial groupings of trees. Is there a chance of, while I know this is for the school site, that we were able to do maybe another small grouping or individual trees, probably the community board, in recognition of the opening of maybe the new QE2 or something like that? Yeah.
There's certainly space in amongst where the 2 primary memorials are to actually put another one in there. And in fact, it was something I'm going to suggest shortly, but yeah.
Mike.
Thanks. I just also had a question on the trees, because I was reading through some, I guess, older submissions, and there was one that's that talked about the Queen planting one of the trees. Is that correct? And is that any of the?
I think that tree may have been up close to the old stadium and it's gone. Yeah.
Phil?
I think I saw there's a proposal to have some replantings done of the trees, all right? Is it?
Well,
is there scope for that?
The MOE project has extensive landscaping and planting of trees, so their project includes an additional 340 trees within the campus development.
So that's what MOE are doing? They'll be doing the replanting?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Angus.
Any more questions? Yanni?
I'm still a little bit concerned about the fitness track and the public access. Like, that was one of the key hearing panel recommendations. And just so I'm clear, did council basically water that one down, or is it something that we're having discussions with?
The hearings panel recommendation, or the council resolution, reflected the wording in the hearings panel recommendation. And that was a decision delegated to myself, which I've made a judgment call on in terms of the overall development of the school and where the interconnectivity and walking tracks and paths are within the school, that satisfies the intent of the council resolution.
So just in terms of the public perception though, I mean, the key thing from the hearings panel in the press release that we put out said enabling a public accessible walking track to be created that circles the entire park, covering the land owned by the ministry and the land retained by council. So are you confident that that's still happening?
I'm confident we have given effect to the council resolution. I think you'll find the council resolution does not say that.
Okay. Second question is, in terms of the numbers of trees that are being lost over the Kiwi2 site, do you know what the total number is?
No, I haven't added those up.
Right. Well, except these are mature. A lot of these are mature trees. So I'm just trying to understand. I guess the public submissions were really quite keen to protect the memorial trees. So in terms of, I guess, the public perception, the frontage will looks quite barren in terms of trees. Are most of the mature trees along the front being removed as part of this development?
Well, the council decision was to sell the site for a development for buildings and playgrounds. So implicit within that is that existing trees on the site would go. And the hearings panel decision and council decision was really only specific and related and concerned about two groups of trees, which this report speaks to, and the requirement to lose 3 of those to enable the development to take place in its current form.
Yeah, except those are the mature trees at the front of the site. So I'm just trying to understand the visual impact of losing all the mature trees along the front if we approve this.
Replacements, though. Well, that's quite a separate matter, but you've seen a fly-through through the site, which showed the street frontage along Travis Road and the landscaping that's going to occur there and the setback from the road of the buildings behind that.
Oh, yeah, okay. And just 2 final questions. One is, my understanding is one of the main issues is that the school wanted separate sports fields for each school, which has led to this problem. Have we discussed with the school as an alternative actually utilising one of the, I think, 7 or 11 fields that we're building as part of a joint sort of
We're talking about trees here, not playgrounds.
No, the reason for the trees being the reason we're having this debate today is because the trees that are proposed to be removed are in the middle of what's proposed to be a sports field. When we've got something like 11 or 7 sports fields being built next door by council. So I just wanted to know whether or not we've talked to the ministry about, instead of changing this, but actually utilising one of the, several of the sports fields we're building for one of the schools.
The school want to deliver the optimum curriculum for their students, which involves keeping on site all their activities, sporting and educational. They also want to, or long-term, anticipate that they will be utilising the council grounds in the long term. As the school develops and they get these sports teams, they'll be using more than just their on-site fields.
And just a final question around process. Were the people that made submissions to the hearings panel, have they been notified that we're considering this today? And has the community board also been notified and asked for a review?
No, there were some 380 submissions, I think. The issue around consultation is, of course, that the purpose of consultation is to elicit the views and preferences of the community. The advice that we've given is those views and preferences are very well known because we had 381 submissions through the process, and there is no need to engage with the community further because those views are known.
Given that the board's doing a master plan, have they had a chance to make recommendations on this?
Well, but this whole decision-making process has been dealt with by council. And this is a matter of planning for the school, not the whole of QE2. This is site-specific to the school.
Just following on from Yanni there, look, I know if this was approved and we didn't go back to the submitters who had specifically commented on the trees, I think that would be a bad look. I think we need to do that, even though you're saying we've received their consultation. But I mean, people are starting to get angsty that they say, well, they submitted on a consultation on a plan, and then after that was closed, and a decision made, then a new decision's made that wasn't consulted on. And 3 trees could make a difference to how somebody commented on the consultation, and I just think if it's possible, we should. 3 trees.
Well, the proposal, of course, was not around trees. It was around the disposal of the land to enable the schools to be built. The trees were issues that arose out of the consultation process. The purpose of consulting is to gauge the views and preferences of the community. Those views and preferences are well known. We had 381 submitters, I think. There's no legal reason why we would need to consult further because we know the views and preferences of the community.
Yeah, I wasn't really consulting. I need, contacting them personally.
But you'd be contacting them for what purpose?
To advise them that we'd made a variation on what we consulted on.
Well, we didn't consult on the trees as such. We consulted on disposing of the land.
Yanni just sent through the press release, which is quite helpful, ensuring that some of the park's memorial trees are protecting the development of the school by having an encumbrance registered against the title of the land. So when the press release went out, it said some trees. There are 3 fewer trees that would be affected by the encumbrance that we put on based on the remuneration.
Right, so it wasn't highly specific.
No, not at all. The submissions were not specific about specific trees. That was the interpretation of the hearings panel based on the submissions.
Right.
And I mean, we do, we're a garden city. We do want to
Protect our important trees. We do. So, I mean, this is a big ask. I'm not trying to minimise it because we went through it tree by tree, pretty
Leaf by
much. Leaf by leaf. We left no stick undid. Glenn.
Yep.
I don't know what's wrong with me today.
That's all right. Maybe you need more.
I'm just blocking all your names. I don't know why.
That's all right. I'd like to check over the submissions, whether for or against. The biggest issue was over the Travis Road Medical Car Park. Now I can't remember the exact percentage, but is that your information as well?
Yeah. It was a significant issue, yes.
Yeah, more than any other issue being the fitness track or the trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'd just like to check, and by the way, in your report, which says those in favour, those against, a lot of those submissions included in the against were kind of like conditional. They said no, but if you retain the car park, we're happy to support. So important you know that. Just in 9.11.1 over the 3 required trees, I think it is, that it says that they're in poor to fair condition. Is that, just wanted to check that.
11.1.
9.11.1 in the report, page 421. The 3 required trees in poor to fair condition. It's at the end of that para.
Yes, one of them is, an arborist has checked the trees, one of them is in poor condition.
Right.
And the other two are in fair condition based on his assessment.
These are the required as set aside from the...
These are the 3 that are the subject of this report that are in the required area.
Right, and which are deemed to have the higher status. Although it also notes their heritage and species status actually doesn't make them top draw trees either.
No, they're not particularly large old trees, and they're relatively common trees.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
All right, so I'll put the motion.
I want to speak to it.
David?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes.
And I'm in favour of the motion. However, I would like to point out that I do think the hearings panel were not particularly well supported with accurate information about the trees in the first place. I went down there last night and had a look, and were shown the 3 trees that are to be removed, but what the report doesn't tell you is that there's probably another 10 trees on top of that that are going to go in that same area. So we as a hearings panel, I don't believe actually got accurate information on the trees in the first place along there, but be that as it may, I am in support of the motion. What the motion, the report also talks to is the fact that the other stand of trees, which was termed trees that are desirable to retain, and in actual fact had no encumbrance on them, and under another development plan, there's 11 of those trees there, by the way. All bar one of those would have gone, and they are all quite mature trees. Under this plan, we actually get to retain 7 of those trees, and one of them has that memorial that will be shifted along into the remaining stand of trees. So I think in the overall context of the request, there is a positive outcome in that we do retain some quite mature trees. The ones that we are losing are quite, in terms of comparison, are a lot less in stature. I do take a wee bit of issue with arborists and their analysis of trees, and it's always a hugely contentious item around council where they say that the 3 trees are of lesser value in terms of heritage and species and poor to fair condition. Well, I can assure you one of them is actually in my humble opinion in very good condition, but be that as it may. So I think looking at the overall impact that this development will have on the eastern suburbs, and the fact that yes, we are losing 3 of the trees that we actually asked to be retained, and retaining 7 trees that we would have lost otherwise is quite a good compromise. The loss of those 3 trees really doesn't impact at all on the area where the memorial stones are, or rocks are, and in fact most of that memorial area does actually fall in council-owned land, or a reasonable percentage of it. I would actually like to suggest that in recognition of the Commonwealth Games and former uses of QE2 Park, that area does receive a bit more of a landscaping plan and is up-spec'd, and it could be quite a focal point of memory to the former QE2 Stadium the Commonwealth Games and the old trotting track that used to be there before. So despite some reservations and some misgivings about the information we got in the hearings panel, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I too have some reservations about this, and I think it's beholden upon those who wish to use land that council has or had to take note of the decisions of council and actually design around those and actually be very clear about those. But in this circumstance, I think that the two local councillors, Dave especially, have a much better hold on the community's views and preferences, and so I will be sort of deferring to their local knowledge on this one, and because it is local, and so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Well, as you know, I feel very strongly about trees in the city. I've just sent you around the arborist report, so for those that are critical of not having the information, take the time to read that, because that report was actually really clear. It was clear on a number of trees on the site being retained, and there's a number of different things that you can see, trees that have been identified, memorial trees and trees worthy of protection. And it's a real shame that actually most of those trees are going to be gone if we approve this today. And I appreciate that there's another group of trees that council didn't put an encumbrance on, which I voted against at the hearings panel and at the council, because I thought they also should have been retained. But there are a significant amount of trees that will be worthy. And I just want to read you one of the quotes, because I think it's really important. I consider, this is from the arborist, I consider that collectively these trees within the landscape context of the gently sloping lawns to be worthy of being protected and retained in the redevelopment of the entry to the park. They are complemented by trees of similar stature immediately to the west of the existing entry. Together they all have botanical interest and contribute to the pleasantness of the Travis Road streetscape. So there's a number of comments like that through the arborist report, and it wasn't on every tree. The arborist actually looked at the trees that were worthy, the trees that were memorial, and the ones that weren't. And so I just think it's a real shame. Basically, this comes down to the Ministry of Education having their own sports fields in an area where we've got extensive sports fields being proposed. That is the only reason that you're being asked to take off this encumbrance and allow these trees to be demolished. And these are a huge number of trees that are going from this site. If you look at, or removed, if you look at the overall plan, I encourage you to think about the huge number of mature trees that are going to be removed from this site. Kiwi2 is a very special site. The consultation was full of people that came and said, we actually really think that it's great that the schools are going here, but some were critical of the school going in the southeast quadrant and one of them going further up to the northwest, so that public access around the walking track and the trees and the memorial features could be retained. And unfortunately, as a hearings panel, we weren't able to change the location of where the school could go in terms of the footprint that we were consulting on, but actually we were able to try and protect some of the trees that were memorial. And so I feel very strongly that we should not be removing healthy, mature, significant trees in the city when we're already losing so much on this QE2 site. We're losing so much across the city simply for the sake of the ministry that wants to have a dedicated sports field for a school when we've got extensive sports fields going back in this place, which I personally think we could utilise with the school now rather than waiting for later on. So to me, it just doesn't make any sense. This highlights, I think, the problem with going out for a consultation without any details about what's being proposed and the impact that that will have. And when people are asked if they want council to dispose of a reserve without seeing the number of trees that are going to be removed, I think it's hard for people to comment. And I think, again, as I've said many times, hopefully there can be a lesson learned for the future decisions we have to make. But today, I'm not supporting this. I take exception to the fact the hearings panel didn't receive good arborist advice. We did get arborist advice. It was very clear, and it said that these trees should be protected.
Thank you. I was on the hearings panel as well with Councillors Yanni and David, And the main issue that came through for residents, both in written form and verbally, was the retaining the medical centre car park. So that's what matters for local residents there. Trees were one of the items submitted on as well, along with the fitness trail and also the proceeds actually from the sale to the ministry. But by far and away the main issue was retaining the medical centre car park. That came through very clearly. We had a former deputy mayor and a councillor approach us about that, and they've retained their sense of where the lie of the land is with the community. When we drill down to this report, essentially aside from the desired trees, it comes down to 3 required trees in poor, fair condition. So for me, I mean, when I look at the bigger picture and I stand back, it literally is a case of not losing sight of the wood for the trees. And the big picture here really is the revitalisation of the East. So if you think about the overall project, these 2 schools, and Joe Scott has provided a marvellous Vimeo on this, along with CSG and the aquatic centre which we're building. This is terrific. And my vision is to I want the city to be united, and I think this will really help. This will go a long way towards it and kind of rebalance the investment. So that's what I'm holding on to in this decision. So those poor old 3 trees in poor to fair condition, really, without being smart about it, there's kind of no contest in this debate. So I hope you really will support this and give a big tick to the revitalisation of the east of Christchurch.
Those opposed say no. Okay, so that 1 abstention, Dion Swiggs and Vicky Buck abstain, and Yanni Johansson, Pauline Cotter vote against. Right, that's carried, thank you. And now I would like to move that we move into the public excluded part.
I just need you to add this paper on in the open meeting. So just to resolve to accept it as a supplementary.
Oh, okay.
I'll get this on.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to, before I move that we go into PX, I would like to move that, just trying to find the wording, that we include a supplementary report, DCL report on Metropolitan Sports Facility. So I'd like to move that report be added to the agenda and that we consider it at this meeting.
Yeah, it'll be coming down.
No, it's not. It's an information.
So we just receive it.
Yeah.
No. All I'm doing is moving that it be added to the agenda, and then we go into PX. So, I mean, if people were listening to the comment that I made before, you'll understand why. So, would someone like to second that? Yep. Andrew?
Just in my vote recording, it's just 22 and 23. I don't support us doing the statement until the drafts and PX.
Right. So, can you record we're not doing that first. We're doing the receiving of the supplementary paper. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And now I'll move that we move into the PX section for all of the reasons set out on the agenda. And do I have a seconder for that? Andrew. And
Davidson.
Sorry?
Mike Davidson seconded it, didn't he? Oh, sorry, we've got a seconder, sorry.
Sorry, yeah,
sorry,
no, I had Andrew, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, it was my fault. Sorry, my fault.
Sorry. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. So Yanni recorded no for the two papers on 22 and 23 items on the agenda. So we'll move into PX. Can we just take a couple of minutes while the system gets switched off. Aaron, can you come up here and have a talk to me